Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. Today is Wednesday, and that means it is the second match game after a bloody, decisive, violent day of action tomorrow. You haven't had to wait long because we are going to have more awesome chess for you today. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, a great pleasure to be commentating with my good friend, Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, good morning to you. I know it's even earlier for you than it is for me. Thank you for making it this early. How excited are you to watch the continuation of these two matches this morning?
Yeah, I think maybe should we demand a bonus? I mean, 6 a.m. I set
I
an alarm,
know.
but maybe I'm a bit too greedy. Yeah, good morning. I have to say I am definitely more of a night owl, but when I was approached with this, I could not pass up the opportunity to commentate on such a prestigious event, especially with excellent company. So,
Oh, well, you're making me blush early. That's your strategy. We're not even a minute into the show. We'll talk a lot about the games and we'll be able to zero in on them because there are only two matches that will be played today, with both of the Muzichuk sisters facing a 1-point deficit. But we'll get into that in due time. Let's start with a little historical overview as we look at the previous women's world champions. Jeffrey, I still remember Hu Yifan's dominance over women's chess, but after Hu Yifan retired, she went to college and now is a very prestigious college professor. After that, we kind of had the Wild West. We had Tan Zhangyi and Zhu Wenjun. What kind of stands out to you as you look at the sort of list of previous world champions in the last decade?
well, I've got to show some love to my Chinese roots here. I see 5 of the last 8 world champions all Chinese. That's some, I don't know if I can call it dominance, but it's really nice to see. And obviously, all of these world champions were amazing players, and I learned a lot from them.
And Lei Tingji, who won her first game against Maria Muzichuk, is making a serious bid to challenge Zhu Wenjun in 2023, which will be the year of the next Women's World Championship. But let's look at the bracket for this current FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. It's important to point out that the tournament is eventually divided into two parts. 2 matches will be played right now, and then the other 2 matches will be played in Uzbekistan at the end of November. So it's a slightly unusual format, Jeffrey. The Goryachkina-Kosteniuk match and the Lagno-Tan Zhongyi match will be played in Uzbekistan. And that's just the reality we're dealing with now, given how difficult it is for a lot of players from various countries to travel. But we've got all we could ask for, don't we?
Right. I mean, the split groups definitely something a bit new. However, on the positive side, we get more chess, so no complaints from me.
Yeah, we get more of a slow roll. Let's look at the overall field, all the list of players, just so we can make sure that we know exactly who is contending to challenge Zhu Wenjun in 2023. We have, of course, Alexandra Goryachkina, who I thought had a phenomenal chance of becoming the women's world champion. But I think for her, I mean, she's an incredibly strong player, over 2,600. She's got the credentials. She's got the right playing style for match play. But Jeffrey, maybe just a little bit of nerves, a lack of experience. I mean, it's just hard to win a world championship. There's so little margin for error, no matter how good your pedigree. If you have one bad match, that's really all it takes. What names kind of stand out to you when you look at this list?
Yeah, to your point, like a world championship match, that's as nerve-wracking as it can get. I remember Fabiano on his podcast spoke at length about this. So yeah, I know a great deal about that. As for the participants in this event, I I think I'm very close with Lei Tingjie. We played before. I actually, I guess China has a very respectful culture. I would always call her like Jie, which means sister.
Hmm,
So I
sweet.
I hate to show bias, but I'm pulling for her. I think she was amazing in her qualifying run here out of the Grand Swiss
How
and off
dare
to a
you?
really great start.
How dare you? And you pretend to be an unbiased commentator here. I see. I see how it is. But yeah, she looked great yesterday, and we'll do our little recap as these games get underway. We'll talk to you a little bit about what happened yesterday in case you missed it. But once again, our matches today: Anna Muzichuk faces Humpy Canero, the top Indian women's player. She has an incredible resume. She's been occupying a top level spot in women's chess now for something like 2 decades, and she's only in her mid 30s. So her career is very far from over, as she showed yesterday. And Lei Ting-jae is facing Maria Muzichuk, Anna's sister. And both of the Muzichuk sisters, Jeffrey, facing a 1 point deficit, not having their best games yesterday, and having the white pieces today. They need to perform, no question about it.
Absolutely, they'll both be looking to strike back. But I have to mention that for me, the biggest storyline this summer was Ukraine, the Ukraine women winning that Olympiad under, I mean, under all the circumstances. The way the way those two sisters can perform through adversity, I would never bet against them.
Yeah, that was honestly, something out of a fairy tale. That was amazing to see. It was heartwarming, and it's great to see that they have found a way to keep their incredibly promising careers going. It's truly heartwarming, and they're playing for a lot. Not only is there a ticket being contested to the World Championship match against Wenjun, but there is also a significant financial prize. I think it's 60,000 euros for first place. That's a couple of Teslas, a nice down payment. Whatever you want. 60,000 for first, 50,000 as a runner-up. These are really generous prizes, Jeffrey. Such a great time to be alive as a chess player.
Oh, totally. I can speak from personal experience. We're so fortunate to have all this great sponsorship, and yeah, the what jumps out to me is 20K for fifth through eighth. That's really nice. So all the players are gonna come away with a good chunk.
They will indeed. And very quickly, before we look at the handshake, the format is simple. These are 4 game matches. So first player to 2.5 wins the match. It's an elimination bracket. If you lose the match, bracket knockout. If you lose the match, you are out. The time control is very straightforward. 90 minutes plus 30-second increment from move 1, with 30 minutes added after move 40 is executed. So it's the standard time control. These are 4 game matches, and today we are watching the second match game with both Muzichuk sisters facing a 1 point deficit. And as we can see here on camera, the 2 matches, the players getting ready, the arbiters getting ready to start the clocks. And we are going to see a handshake any second here. Jeffrey, chess players, they start on time, they arrive on time. That's something we kind of take for granted. But then I'm watching the NBA on TNT, it's 30 minutes after the start of the game, and we haven't had the jump ball yet. So I appreciate that in chess tournaments of this caliber, the games literally start on the clock. And
Right. It feels like, yeah, for NBA games, I think, especially when they're broadcasted on a big channel like TNT, you're lucky if it starts 15 minutes late. So that's already like
Yep.
uh, a success.
And there we go. We can see there over on the top right, a local dignitary executing the first move for Anna Muzichuk. And I'm really excited to see the openings today because you're white. You're facing that deficit. Humpy Canero and Lei Ting-jae, both of them solid opening repertoires. Both of them demonstrated good opening preparation yesterday. So let's see what the Muzichuk sisters have in store. Will they play the same first move? That is the first question that we have to answer. And I think the answer is yes.
So
Yep.
I'm not too familiar with most of these players, I guess I would say, but I do know Humpy has one of the most solid repertoires with black in the ladies' game, and we see it right here. She plays the Petrov.
Whoa. I think we have the Petrov on both boards. How do you like that? I was just confirming that for like 4 times, but we actually do have the Petrov in both games. There's the first deviation. Maria has taken on e5, and looking over at Anna's game, she has played the move d4 on move 3. So hard to make
Yeah,
any hard and fast conclusions just yet.
it's a relief that that there was an early deviation because I remember I had this one open tournament where me and there was a I think the board right next to me had the exact same position through 9 moves, and it was an obscure line. So I was worried that something's going on here, but luckily it turned out okay.
I think there was a famous story in Gibraltar a couple of years ago. I don't remember who was involved, but it was a bunch of GMs, and they were following each other's game for like 15, 16 moves, and they were sitting like one board away from each other. And I've had this situation a couple of times, but it hasn't gotten truly awkward to the point where I'm like actively thinking about deviating just because the board next to me is the same line.
Yeah, I know about a case in the Isle of Man. There was a it was a I know Karyakin and Yuan Yi and
That's
Shirov
the
were
one.
involved.
I
Oh,
confused the
okay.
tournament.
Yeah, yeah, I was there,
Oh my
and it
god.
was it was
Mhm.
insane because at some point the arbiter stepped in, the four players like left, and they were separated. So that was I've never seen that happen before.
They actually had to move the boards away from each other.
Yes, they went to different rooms.
That's that must be totally unprecedented. Like how often does that situation arise? But in this case, we don't have to worry about it because we have fundamentally different lines of the Petrov. Muzichuk, Leiting J is following the sort of traditional main line. The position is completely structure is completely symmetrical, and there's that C2 C4 move, which we see so often in this line of the Petrov.
Yeah, I feel like this is the old main line, but it's definitely increased in popularity. We saw there's some recent games. Okay, there's a candidate game, Caruana against Nepo. I believe Fabi played Queen C2. There was also this game in the U.S. Championship. Wesley lost to Christopher Yu. Christopher had a blistering attack that game. So we do see this line recurring.
Yeah, I mean, this it's interesting how the Petrov has gotten super fashionable again. And the case in point is that both games feature the same opening. Let's zoom out to the bird's eye view for a moment here, just so we can keep an eye on both of the boards. You can see over on the top side of your screen, Muzichu Canero, Jeffrey, I think is following a significantly more rare line with a queen on d7, d4 takes e5, leading to a asymmetry in the pawn structure. What do you make of that?
Yeah, Queen D7 is a very funky idea. I don't know who first played it, but I do know Nepo essayed that move against Duda in the last round of the candidates. It's certainly interesting. I think the whole point is now Black wants to meet Knight takes C4 with D4 and not have to deal with Queen takes D8.
Oh, so you can recapture with a piece on d7. That's really interesting. And I'm kind of torn because in the Maria Muzichuk game, we're following a popular theoretical line. So I'm curious to see what improvements Maria has in store. Let's stick to that game for now because the line that they're going through is also familiar to me. I've seen a couple of Nepo games there, and I'm really curious what the first like major deviation is going to be. Or is Maria just testing her?
Yeah, oh, Queen A5 is not the move I'm most familiar with. I know about Queen C7.
Uh
So
huh.
this move, I might, maybe I'm not up to date, but it also looks quite reasonable to put the Queen on A5.
Yeah, you're sort of X-raying the bishop on g5. The bishop from f5 could potentially move away and put pressure on that g5 bishop. But yeah, I mean, I think probably both Muzichuk sisters have chosen decent lines. I mean, it's given them playable open positions, and both of them are very very tactical. And there's that d5 move by Maria Muzichuk that we see pretty frequently in this line.
Yeah, it's gotten topical. This uh, D5, it's a little bit, I want to say it's not your most typical in this sort of hanging pawn structure, I guess you could say. But in this particular position, it's well timed. Like the bishop on D6 is hanging, the black knight hasn't developed quite yet. So white is trying to take advantage by striking early in the center.
Yeah, and that bishop on d6, an undefended piece. So d takes c6, of course, is a serious threat. And that move has been met with queen to c5, covering the bishop on d6, and of course, attacking the bishop on c4. So the position already starting to get very complicated.
Yeah, but man, Lei Jie, she seems really well prepared this far.
Yeah, she really does. And yesterday, I'm already confusing the two games in my mind. Yesterday they had a Slav, and she basically, I mean, it was a wire to wire victory. She was just clearly better out of the opening. She got a 45-minute time advantage and really took it all the way to the end very smoothly. So, when you lose a game like that, it kind of starts to get in your head. And I think it's important for Maria to get a fresh position as quickly as possible, a position, where she takes preparation out of the equation.
Agreed completely. Yeah, I think if she can sort of get something double-edged and out of Lei Jie's opening book early, that's her best shot.
So she seems to be the first one taking a significant think with that queen coming to c5. I'm not entirely sure if there are still games in this position, but I think this is right around the point where we kind of exit mainstream opening theory. You pointed out that queen a5 might be a little bit more rare. But given how open the position is, Jeffrey, I think if Lei Jie is still in her preparation, that's kind of a disturbing sign. Because if black can capture on d5 and get her knight out of b8, you could end up in a situation where like white has very little initiative to show for all of the for all of the d5 that she's played.
Yeah, it feels like a position that you probably need to know what you're doing. Otherwise, I could see some simplifications happening, which would not be to the liking of Maria Muzichuk. So yeah, I'm curious to know, does she have an idea? Has she seen Queen Spy before? Is she trying to recall something, or is she already on her own?
So I'm checking opening explorer and I still see two games. One game with
hmm
queen b3, which has just been played, and one game with bishop b3. So in this position, the only move played is b7, b5. And if we follow that line, we had, I don't know which game this was. It's just showing me the moves. b5, bishop b2. Black played a6. And white played rook fd1. And already here it kind of starts looking a little bit unpleasant because you obviously can't take on d5. You get forked 7 ways to Sunday. And this is the kind of scenario black wants to avoid, where you have a hard time getting your knight out, and white's got all sorts of threats like knight c4 and bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop e3 almost traps the queen. Luckily, you have the
Oh,
a3 square.
that happened in the game. Bishop e4, bishop e3, queen a3. Oh, knight g5. Jeez.
And what's the
Bishop
idea?
takes
Like bishop d5.
c4.
Whoa, this
This
seems
is
deep.
some. This
BC?
is very trippy. I guess queen b7 is the point after bc.
Oh, that's nice.
So what black
Wow,
was forced to take queen b3, but now the pawns connect to each other, and the bishops get skewered. Amazing.
nice. Very nice
This,
tactic.
this must have been Carlsen-esque. So that's what happened in the only game to reach this position. Where is Lei Jie's improvement? I guess that's what we're about to find out. Maybe she doesn't want to play b5.
Yeah, I think she already took on d5.
Yep, there it is. This is very deep. If she's still aware of this one game, that that is pretty impressive to me.
Yeah, as it should be. So according to your opening explorer, you're saying this position on the board is now completely fresh?
Yeah, no games coming up in Opening Explorer. I wouldn't necessarily, I take that with a grain of salt. Maybe there's some hidden correspondence game from like 7 years ago, but it seems to me that Maria is now solidly out of her prep because she's actually thinking after CD. And the reason she's thinking is because queen takes b7 obviously has to be calculated on top of bishop takes d5, which I assume is going to be played.
Right. I think intuitively you just I mean queen takes b7 smells like there's got to be some way. You take the bishop, the queen is in the corner, it's probably trapped.
I
She
wouldn't
takes on
touch that
d5.
with a 10-foot pole, and neither does Maria. She takes back on d5 with the bishop. And how does Lei Jie solve the problem of the b7 pawn hanging with the simple knight c6? Okay.
But to my
So,
eyes, it still feels like white has pressure here. Like I see the bishops. Um, I think also imagine a rook coming to the d file. Black could not contest it with the bishop on g5.
yeah, that's a big problem. And that's a a big calling card for a rook coming to d1. The pressure on the bishop, you're absolutely right, becomes a lot more intense given the black can play rook d8 here. So should white consider just rook a d1, or is there something fancier on the docket here for white?
Not to my eyes. I really like Rook 81 because it's just a really useful move and you make a threat. So yeah, to me
Yeah.
that should be the right way to play.
So probably, I wonder what
Knight
Lei Ching-jae has in
a5
mind here.
or
Yeah, knight a5. Also
let's say Queen a4.
looks reasonable to me, putting more pressure on the knight. I would be terrified to play this without preparation with black, just
Same,
because,
but
yeah, the structure is bad, and I think a lot of people would say, oh, well, white's worse because white's queenside structure is bad. But look at black's pieces in the center; everything is loose. It's like all your teeth are falling out here. It's just ugh.
I would completely agree if not for the fact I have a feeling Lei Jia has like 10 more moves prepared in this line.
Yeah, this is the start. Yeah, this is not the end of her preparation. Where this is where the file begins.
The thing is, White's moves are very obvious. So that means it can be easily anticipated and maybe they'll just start following the top line.
Yeah, so far, okay, the eval bar is totally inconclusive. And point four can mean a lot of different things. And, you should totally ignore the eval bar until they get out of Lei Jay's preparation. Because whatever stockfish she used is going to be at a much higher depth than, whatever the eval bar is throwing to us.
Yeah,
So,
true. It's point four. I mean, usually I'm happy to get point four with white. Like, it's nice, but not when your opponent is still in prep. Then I'd take zeros with the opponent not in prep.
or a minus point three, just please just get me out of my opponent's file, get me out of my opponent's chess base. I want something fresh. But once again, just like in yesterday's game, Maria Muzichuk seems to be the first one out of her preparation. And if Lei Jing can just play a solid game, even if she can just like hold a draw with black, I mean, that's a huge result, given the fact that these are 4 game matches. Shall we take a dive into our other game?
Yeah, let's have a look.
All right, let's take a gander. We have Anna Muzichuk here with the white pieces, and I can rewind a little bit to show everybody how this position occurred. So the deviation occurred on move 3 with Maria taking on taking on e5, and Anna playing the move d4, which is, of course, the other incredibly reputable main line. And after knight e4, d takes e5 is much more rare than bishop d3. But, Jeffrey, this has also been, I wouldn't say not totally unpopular in the last couple of years. This has made many appearances in high-level chess.
The first big one was this game. I believe it was Vityugov against Wesley So 2019 World Cup. Vityugov won a huge game, which helped him advance through to the next round. And since then, I think, as always is, I feel like a trend just spreads like wildfire. So everyone started analyzing this line, and now we see it happen in the top level.
Yeah, it's like the dog smelled the meat. Oh, wait, there's a fresh line that, isn't totally speculative and gives an interesting position. And then before you know it, like a month later, the secret is out and nobody's surprised when they see it anymore. Welcome to high-level chess. So queen d7, you mentioned this is a very trendy move in a couple of different positions. I've also seen this kind of in Berlin, in certain Berlin lines. And the point is that after knight e4, d4, you're basically saying, okay, I'm happy to trade queens as long as it's on my terms, as long as you let me get my knight out. And this is totally out of the question for white, obviously. So bishop d3, the knight drops back to c5. Bishop e2, the knight migrates back to e6, a nice blockading square. And now both sides kind of developing their pieces. Rook e1, castles. And now white carrying out the sort of traditional maneuver, which is typical for so many openings, knight f1 and knight g3. So this is the position on the board. Jeffrey, sorry, your instinctual thoughts here when you look at this?
Well, I still think they were following the game between Duda and Nepo, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody can
Ooh.
validate that for me, but this looks really familiar. Um, yeah, but in terms of the position, I love the choice from Anna. I think this is what you need. you've got to fight. This is a three results game. Knight on e6, like you mentioned, extremely well placed. But on the other hand, a lot of white's pieces are pointing in that black's king's direction, so we could see an attack coming.
We could maybe see the bishop sliding out to d3, the knight jumping into f5, and if black is not careful, this could all happen in the span of 3 or 4 moves. So let's say black plays knight c6, which is a pretty safe bet. Is white going to start with knight f5, or do you think white could benefit from a move like c4 to try to dry up the center and pave the way for the bishop to come to d3? I guess
Yeah, it
c4 black
feels
could play
like
dc. I don't know.
C4 DC. Yeah, not sure how to evaluate that. If your knight pops in on e4, you could have great benefits. What I was gonna say though, I feel like it's a position you have a bunch of different ideas. I could see like an alpha zero approach with h4, h5, just start
Yeah.
running Harry up the board. C3, bishop d3, like you said, set up a very typical battery. It looks like a rich position.
It does. And what's crazy is Anna is still, well, not all that crazy given what you mentioned. She's still blitzing out her moves. Rook d8 played, and it's immediately met with knight f5. And now, of course, the big question is, what is white's follow-up after bishop f8? And I think it is probably one of the moves that you just pointed out. It could just be c3. Obviously, cracking black's structure and cracking black's king side is going to take a tremendous amount of finesse here. Nothing is going to happen, in 5 moves. But if white can get this bishop over to d3, Jeffrey, I'm with you. I really like Anna's choice here. I like it more than what Maria is playing, I think.
I mean, the time is the preparation is everything. Like, seems Anna's still really well prepared. I believe the knight on f5, it's doing an interesting job where she actually wants to provoke the move g7, g6, because I believe her idea is to go knight h6, and then maybe knight g4, and black has suddenly weakened a lot of its queenside squares.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'll show this line because a lot of people have this instinct, oh, let's get rid of the knight. But knight h6 check is used as a transit point. Jeffrey, as you're pointing out, ugh, get me out of here. Knight coming to f6, bishop coming to h6. This is a hot mess for black. Now we're getting word that Duda actually played 11 bishop d3. So they had a very similar position. Bishop d3, rook d8 was played in the Duda Nepo game. Now knight g3, g6, and this is like the big substantive difference. So black managed to put g6 in before white got his knight to f5, and now c3, and the game continued in pretty conventional means. So the big difference is that Anna has gotten her knight to f5 and jumped on the train before it's left the station, and now g6 is basically out of the question.
Yeah, so now I have 2 questions based on that knowledge. First question is, could black have considered playing g6, preventing knight f5? Oh, I guess then
Yes.
maybe c4 would be a possibility, like this idea you gave.
Carving out this pathway to f6. Yes, c4 looks really intimidating, actually. Like d4, yeah, knight d4, knight e4. I mean, I would probably not play d4 with black, but this doesn't look appetizing in the least, so I think you're totally right.
Yeah, that looks very juicy. And now that brings me to my follow-up question. Why did Duda go bishop d3?
Yeah, what is the benefit of starting with this move as opposed to knight g3?
Because knight g3 looks so much more natural.
And I think c4 it makes more sense. It makes more sense to keep the bishop on e2. It just seems more flexible in case you do want to play c4. So I'm totally with you there. Bishop to d3. Strange to start with that move. I totally agree with that. And I wonder how the game ended. Like, what was the result of that game?
It was a draw. Wait a second.
Oh,
You were at the
big surprise
candidates.
there.
Why do I know this better than
Why are
you?
you the one telling me this? Wait, Duda Nep. Oh, it was the last round game, and then he played Rook A6. Okay.
Yeah.
It just took me a second to remember like which. It's funny because I have this fear and I have this automatic assumption that I won't be able to remember because I hear Duda Nepo, and that's just they've played so many times.
Yeah.
I just forgot that I commentated the candidates and actually remember like these particular games.
Oh my
Yeah, it
God,
was a cool game.
don't you hate getting shamed like when you don't know a certain game back
Oh
in
my
like
god, I
19
know.
some.
Yeah, I mean, you did see the MVL Hikaru game from the 2007 Tata Steel, right? I mean, you know what I'm talking about. The game where White got the knight to f6 and queen h5. I'm like,
It's like, whoa, wait. You can't consider yourself a respected chess player if you don't know that game.
it's like when you come across somebody and you're supposed to know what their name is, but you don't. So you're just kind of like trying to avoid saying their name or telling them that you don't actually remember who they are. I totally, I mean, I would say my knowledge of like games is not the worst, but it's not amazing. Like I probably won't remember some like totally random, game from 2004 uh, based on theme. Like unless it's something like really, really famous.
Yeah,
So
so c3 was played. I'm expecting bishop d3 now, as the follow-up move. I think as black, I'm wondering, is Humpy going for a d5 d4 strike?
and bishop d3 has been played. So d4, let's say I respond with c4. And then are you trying to go like knight b4 and d3?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I have a benefit now that I get a tempo on your bishop, but it's hard to say.
So let's say d4. c4 is kind of forced, like opening up, allowing the center to get opened up just doesn't seem appetizing at all. Knight b4.
Let's
Yeah,
say
and
you
it's
go
a,
bishop. Bishop e4 d3 might be annoying to meet because knight c2 would be a fork threat.
yeah, bishop b1, I'll still play d3. And if
a3.
a3, I think I'm probably happy to sack the pawn here.
Ah, this is a
Just
nice
positional.
positional pawn sack. Yeah,
But it's not entirely clear that black has 100% compensation. I envision a move like queen d3, and at least that would
same.
get checkmated.
Because
But it
you can
seems
imagine now.
worse.
I was gonna say you
Mhm.
can imagine the knight on f5 will get hit with tempo, but you don't necessarily want to move your knight on e6, so it's not that simple.
Yeah, and white has like knight d6 related ideas, which would potentially open up the e file, especially if black's light squared bishop isn't developed. So this is one option. Of course, in this position, you could also drop the knight back to c6. I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with that move. Maybe rook e3, but then I guess knight f4. Wow, it
Yeah.
gets
So
very messy. Knight
indeed,
d6 and queen takes
this.
d3.
So now I'm wondering, is this forced like d4? I'm trying to think.
If it is, it's kind of disturbing for white. Like if black could push this d3 move through, like it kind of changes my perspective on how appetizing this is. So after d4, let's pause here for a second. Are
Wait,
there alternatives to c4?
hold on, wait, I have an idea actually. So I go
Mm-hmm.
c4, knight
Okay.
b4, bishop e4, you go d3, and I
Mm-hmm.
play knight e3 just to cover c2.
Knight drops back to e3. Oh, that is a great move because on the next move you're going to go a3 and potentially reposition to d5.
Yeah, like
No,
here you
this
really have to show me the money.
unfortunately I'm broke. A3 is unstoppable. Knight e3 is a great example of why retreating moves are so hard to find because you get attached to that knight on f5. Excellent move. Yeah, a3 is coming. Black's initiative fizzles out. So if d3 is not possible, then this whole idea kind of falls by the wayside. Because then why have you played knight before?
Yeah, white's got this beautiful bishop on e4. A3 is about to come. Like, I imagine this could be on the verge of winning in a few moves if black can't show
Yeah,
anything.
a3 queen d3 and just run black out of the gym here. Ooh, okay, that's an important line. So because if d4 is ineffective, that means the bishop is stable. What if black
How about
tries to
c4 first?
start with
Yeah.
c4? Yeah, exactly. c4 first. Okay, so let's
So
say
the
bishop
idea, I guess, yeah, now
c2.
I go d4.
Now you break through. So I'm trying to assess the impact of if you trade everything on d4 and then play queen h5, black has comfortably g6. Looks pretty comfortable there.
Yeah, it feels like that endgame should be all right for black.
Huh. If you try to stick in a knight d6 somewhere, also doesn't seem too impressive. Black will just take twice.
Hmm.
Yeah, Evilbar is giving 0.5, but I'm not seeing it off the top of my head, like what white should do here.
I'm wondering. No, I was gonna say bishop e4, but I feel like you can't allow d3.
Yeah, that pawn does look pretty imposing. Although maybe d3, but b3? I don't know. Bishop e4.
d3, b3. Is there like a knight c5?
Oh, that is a painful move. Yeah, no, I'm collapsing here. No, I don't think you can allow d3.
Okay,
I
here's
think.
the other concept.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, we can look at cd4. I was gonna say bishop f1 too, just to sort of drop back and play for this weak d4 square now.
And you're like the big calling card is that you're preventing d4.
Yeah, I don't
I
know. I don't know how much sense it makes, but it's a possibility.
Well, it's very Karpovian, I think, to play bishop f1. If you can get control of this d4 square, you're potentially just going to get like a risk-free advantage. Like if black plays b5, I assume you want either immediately knight d4 or to start with something like bishop b3. And yeah, I mean, the engine, again, minus 0.4, plus 0.2. This just shows why it's so dangerous just to trust the EL bar here, because it's everywhere it's super complicated and it doesn't really mean anything that, oh, this position's 0.4, that other position's 0.2. I think everything is just in the realm of complicated, but everywhere I kind of prefer white. Are you getting that sense as well? Like, I think white's position is just more exciting.
It feels like more can go wrong for black. That's what it kind of feels like.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah, that's a great way
But
to put it. So,
let's
mhm.
come back to that line. So bishop c2, d4. Um, let's just look at the end game just to see if there's anything there. Take everything,
Take
bishop e3.
logical takes. Queen takes e4. Now, you can start with bishop e3, but okay, let's take the straightforward line. Takes, bishop e3. Yeah, maybe a
Probably,
little something for white.
yeah, I don't know. Rook d5, rook d8. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, let's say rook
Ah,
d5.
rook d5. So maybe you can swing to b5 later, potentially.
What if white goes... Okay, rook a d1, I guess even bishop e6 is probably okay for black. And
Right,
with
yeah,
white,
rook e5 would, yeah, rook e5 would run into rook d8 just to quickly point that out.
rook... say that again? Oh, yeah, rook
Yeah, like
e5,
rook
rook
e5,
d8.
rook d8, yeah.
This is potentially unpleasant. Even here, it's giving all zeros. Maybe because of
Engines.
b6, I don't know.
Ah,
And it
b6
just
and
doesn't care about anything. But
yeah,
I
maybe
don't think any
b6 is
human
fine.
would refrain from bishop e6 here.
Hmm.
And yeah, black just looks pretty solid in this position.
Yeah, my impression is there might be some pressure, but I feel like if Anna can avoid this in a good way, she would.
Yeah, this is kind of also up Humpy's alley. Just like an end game, solid, king is safe. I think Anna played this line in order to generate attacking chances, and she's going to probably try to keep the spirit of the line going. But yeah, those are some very interesting complications. So currently the position uh, on the board is after white's move bishop d3, Humpy taking a significant amount of time. She still has well over an hour, so there's no rush. But I think she's probably deciding between c4 and d4. Like, I don't see much else that black can do here, with g6 being basically out of the question, as we've demonstrated. And maybe b6, but that
Right,
just
I was
seems a
just
little
about to say.
lackluster.
I mean, you do want to develop the bishop though. It makes sense to me.
Development, that's for the old people. What if white tries some, you know, Rebecca Harris style superficial ideas like knight g5?
Becca Harris, okay. So how do you punish me? First of all, maybe you're threatening something already. Like I'm
Well,
scared about. Oh,
knight
oh,
h7, I
wait.
think is a
Show
threat.
this. Yeah, show this. Bishop. Let's say bishop b7, knight
Mm-hmm.
h7, king h7, and now think queen h5 and knight
Oh,
e7.
and 97. Oh, it's beautiful. And what I love is that after bishop e7, the bishop blocks the king's only escape path. This is checkmate.
I
Wow,
would,
that's it.
I would, yeah, I would totally fall for that against you in a bullet game.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's that's the only time control these kinds of tricks work. But actually, this I think this gets really dangerous for black because if
But
h6,
yeah, H6.
wow, +4, I can
Oh,
smell it. I
really?
think maybe knight h6 and knight h7.
Whoa.
This is where
So
I feel at home.
yeah, this is right up your alley. What if so it's just coming in like Queen
I
G4,
just
Queen
go knight
H5, Knight
f6.
F6. Yeah, it's streaming in.
Yeah, speaking of streaming, we got to talk about your burgeoning streaming career, but we'll get to that. Yeah, I just think e takes f6 and time to administer the last rites.
Yeah, it's just
No,
mate. You
this
can't
is
bring anything over to defend.
yeah, this is completely over. But um, Jeffrey, obviously you are a ridiculously good bullet and blitz player yourself, and you've produced more than one such attack. We were going to talk a little bit, when there would be a lull in the games, and I think now is a pretty good moment with both Humpy Canero and now Maria Muzichuk taking their time to talk a little bit about your streaming ambitions. So you were thinking about starting your streaming career. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for bringing it up. So, yeah, if I get my stuff together, which is not it's not a given. I'm not the best technical guy to put it mildly. But if I'm ready to go, the idea is to start something on Friday, if not
Mm-hmm.
Saturday. I will force myself, even if the production goes black, I will force myself to stream on Saturday. And yeah, I will be streaming over at twitch.tv/gmjx. Please drop a follow, and yeah, I'm excited to see some of y'all there.
No, I think I think you're a natural, and obviously I'll do my best to throw you some raids. Although, on the rare occasions when I don't stream at DGen hours, what kinds of stuff are you thinking about doing in your first couple of streams? Have you decided that yet, or are you just going to kind of play it by ear?
No, I've definitely had some time to think about it. I think at the start I'm gonna do a lot of play viewers, so give everyone a chance to play 2700. I'm not. It's funny. I don't know if I can consider myself a prodigy anymore, at least according to Wikipedia. But it should be good to play me. Also, we might do some Q&A later on. People, I want to get to know you guys as well, so should be fun. Fun start.
That sounds awesome. I mean, I'll definitely tune in, assuming I'll be awake at the normal hour at which you're planning to stream. The civilized hour for normal functional people. But I'm really excited to see you stream. I think it's going to be the beginning of something long and fruitful. And you're obviously a mainstay in Title Tuesdays and in Blitz events as well. So I'm looking forward to watching you play as well. But it takes
Much
obviously
appreciated.
it takes a while to get the multitasking in order. Like
Oh
sometimes I
yeah,
still wish that I could just turn everything off and focus.
how like talk a bit about your journey. So at the start, how was it?
At the start, it was like at the start, I had the most scuffed setup of all time. Like I only had one. I was streaming from a laptop, and I didn't have two monitors. I had the chat open on my phone, and I kept looking down, which was like not suspicious at all. And I still do that if I'm traveling. But I basically jumped straight into playing Arena Kings. That was the reason that I started streaming. That's back when Arena Kings had just started. And Danny Wrench and I, we teach at the same chess camp in Arizona, so he kind of prodded me along and was like, "You should try streaming." And it was really tough at first. Like I was getting frustrated when I was losing, and I wasn't like controlling my emotions very well. I still have a ways to go in that regard, but it's crazy when I look at clips of my like first couple of streams, how how far stuff has come. But I think you're going to knock it out of the park a lot faster than I did. Like it took me at least a couple months before I felt like I was able to properly apportion my energy and understand like intuitively what percentage of the time you should spend looking at the chat and what percentage of time you look at the board. Now I feel like it comes more naturally.
It means a
So
lot coming from you. But I have to say, I miss the classic Daniel Rages. I feel like you've matured a bit too much over the past
yeah,
year.
maybe I need to roll it back a little bit. I would say off stream, if I'm playing like a Title Tuesday or a Title Arena, I definitely allow myself more of the table slams and hurling the mouse like across the whole room at the opposite wall. But when I'm streaming, like I've kind of just lost the desire to do that because like a lot of people are now on my stream because of the chill factor. Like I never thought of myself as a chill streamer, but when I'm like fully in control of myself, I think the environment can be like very relaxed. And now I have a vested interest to sort of keep that going. But I agree, those were fun. Those rage streams had a certain competitive element to them that I've lost a little bit. So, some doors close, others open.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And for what it's worth, I know I've told you this before at US Championship. You're my favorite chess streamer.
Well, that means a great deal coming from you, Mr. Prodigy and Mr. 2700. So I think you're going to knock streaming out of the park. I'll do my best to throw you raids, and just to remind everybody, you'll be streaming on GMJX, right? 4 letters. I think everybody can remember that.
Yes. Yeah, hopefully not too difficult. By the way, I also want to say like I like going by JX. For me, it's so weird saying Jeffrey for some reason. I don't know why. It might be a personal thing, but yeah, I like JX. J is what people very close to me refer.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, JX. I'll go with that.
All right, that is we have a deal. Yeah, some versions of names are like just sound weird. Like some people, like in my case, are totally natural and they go by Dan. I'm like, totally makes sense, but I like never went by Dan, and some people call me that, but it just like feels really weird. But you can't put your finger on what it is. I think most people with like names that can be shortened have certain versions of their names that they just aren't used to being called.
Yeah, it's
So
so weird for me to call you or like Daniel Wrench or like see I
yeah,
said that it sounds weird. It's Danny Wrench.
yeah, it is
It's
Danny. It's
Dania
not Daniel
Naroditsky. Yeah.
Wrench. Yeah, Daniel Wrench.
Yeah.
No, totally, totally. So in the meantime, okay, Humpy is still thinking. So let's move to the other game because we've had a couple of moves in our Maria Muzichuk Tingji Lei battle. Okay, here we go. So we last saw this game after after knight c6. So Maria decided to drop her bishop back to e3, queen a5. Now she plays rook ad1, obviously threatening bishop takes c6, and so the queen drops back to c7. And now the sort of nonchalant, kind of neutral move h3. And I think Maria probably doing a good job of keeping some pressure going, and she's finally gotten Tingji Lei to take her time. So I think we're officially out of Black's preparation.
That's huge. That's really good news for Maria Muzichuk fans. I like H3 too. It's a really classy move, subtle. You I don't actually think the main idea is to make left, but more preventing bishop G4. Also, the H2 pawn is not hanging in some lines.
Yep. And it just sort of tosses the ball back into Black's court. That looseness we mentioned is hard to resolve. No matter how many pieces you bring into the center, Black will always have something that's going to remain loose. So let's say Black plays like rook a d8. What catches your eye in terms of a follow up here?
I would still build up the position, maybe bring like my last piece in the game, rook fe1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a move a lot of people, these types of moves, a lot of people need to learn like how to play, because you might look at this and start getting anxious. Like, I want to play bishop takes c6, but it's important to be able to accumulate the pressure in such positions. So let's say rook
And
fe1. Mm-hmm.
as black, do you play h6?
That's what my,
Seems
yeah, if I was playing a bullet game, this would be my like immediate instinct. Cover the
yeah,
g5 square,
just
prevent these types of
hmm
shenanigans. And yeah, the question is, how else can white turn the pressure dial up in this position. I mean, you could consider a move like c4, but that slices off the queen bishop battery, so I don't really like the look of that. It's not actually that easy.
Right. Hmm. Yeah, because it feels like all of White's pieces are in their best squares, so how do you actually build up even more pressure?
I hate that feeling. When you're like, I made every piece is now on an optimal square, and then you still don't seem to have anything concrete. I mean, maybe something like queen c4. Nah, just nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing
because
looks too appealing here.
I was thinking about Queen's 4 as well to swing over to the king side, maybe
Yeah,
get some more Rebecca Harris action sack on h6, but I feel like
exactly.
it won't work somehow. There's always a bishop e7 or knight e7.
But what's like what is black specific? Is it bishop
Ah,
e7? But not here.
no, probably not now. That's a good question actually.
And knight e7, I'll gobble gobble on b7.
Right. Okay, let me just
Hmm.
play rook f8. I want to see. Hopefully, I'm not blundering something.
No, no, you're most definitely not. Queen h4 just looks way too telegraphed. You know, that's like somebody holding the basketball over their head for like 5 minutes. Gee, I wonder what they're going to do with it. Okay, but let me try queen h4. Let's try queen
Okay,
h4.
so now I'm trying to make knight e7 work because if I can play it, it's a really nice move.
Oh, because you're swinging the knight over to g6.
Yeah.
And but the one thing, bishop b3, knight g6. Maybe I can slide my queen up to h5.
Hmm.
Let's say go back to b3. Somehow this queen is like a little splinter in black's in black's side.
Yeah. Knight 6 queen h5 is actually a slightly annoying configuration.
Although even here, like bishop e6, the problem is without the light squared bishop, it's going to be really hard for white to get anything to work. So maybe bishop
True.
a4. What a hard position to analyze. It's not just me, right? It's like
It's
open
not, no.
center. It's hard to. It's almost like you're floating in the ocean. You can't grab onto anything. Everything is just so fluid in this position, in a weird kind of way.
Yeah, I don't see anything getting simplified soon. I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of tension in this game, lots of shuffling.
Mm-hmm. But first, I definitely think we're probably going to see the rooks coming into the game one way or the other. Dingji Lei is taking a pretty significant think here. So rook a d8 clearly is not her only candidate move. Maybe she's also thinking about starting with h6. Okay, she's about to make a move. It is indeed rook a d8. It is indeed rook a d8.
Yeah, because maybe knight d4 was a slight threat. The point being that with the rook on a8, you couldn't react by taking and going b6. Just to
Mm-hmm.
illustrate that for a second, let's back up one. If
Yeah,
you
so
had
let's say
played
black
h6
h6.
first, knight d4, let's say knight d4, bishop d4, yeah, there's no longer a b6.
And you can't play rook a b8 because then you drop the pawn on a7. And let's not talk about how this move looks. This will not win any beauty prizes. Um, yeah, that's a very important point. So rook a d8 allows you, as you're indicating, Jeffrey, after knight d4 takes, to play the move b6. There's no longer a pin. And here black is totally fine. Here it looks like black is
Right.
safe. I don't think white should go for the knight trade at this point.
Yeah, I think rook fe1 and h6 are, it's a very logical variation. What else can white try?
Hmm. Trying to find something a little like more zesty in terms of creativity, but
Yeah,
I can't quite. I mean, the bishop on the rook e8 is such an important move to protect the bishop from another source, so that the queen can focus on protecting f7. Because it largely takes the sting out of a move like knight g5.
right. God, black is so solid here, I have to
Yeah, it's
say.
crazy. And no matter what you do, you're not even really creating threats.
She plays c4? Okay.
She does play c4. Okay. I don't know. Of course, it makes sense, like visually, right? It looks good. You're anchoring the bishop, but I feel emotionally attached to White's queen, and I feel like it makes the queen sad.
Yeah, I
Like, what if
totally
black plays
get you.
b6?
E6,
Or am I
yeah.
blundering
You,
some
no,
shenanigans with
I don't think so. Like takes knight d4,
queen
queen
c8?
c8 should be fine.
Yep. No, that looks good. And then bishop takes h3 suddenly. Sort of a threat.
I guess I
Hmm.
still would take white just because of the monster that is on d5, but it's like maybe black could argue that the pawn structure compensates for that.
Yeah, in the long run, if you could get rid of that monster, if you could trade queens, you could envision a distant future where black is the one pushing. But I mean, Maria probably, if you showed her this position before the game, she would not be overly unhappy to have this, especially because now she's finally gotten her incredibly well prepared opponent out of her opening preparation. I think it's safe to say.
Right.
Um,
Now, I'm trying to launch an attack on like a g7 point, which is the only weakness that I might see. I'm thinking like queen c3 and maybe a bishop c1, but it seems slow.
Queen c3, and you said bishop c1, bishop b2.
Yeah.
Ooh, but maybe that is one of the points of c4.
Let's just
So
see.
let's
So
say,
b6, or I like your
oh,
b6 suggestion.
yeah, let's
b6.
go b6. Yeah, queen c3.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's make a. Well, actually, no. Rook f8 runs into some knight g5 related business potentially. But yeah, let's say rook f8, bishop c1.
No, but the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
you can also play h6, like h6, bishop c1, rook e8. You meet bishop b2 with bishop f8, worst case. I see. Oh, wait.
Can
There's
I
something
take and
wrong
go
with
queen
this apparently.
f6? I'm
Really?
like, I have such an itchy. No, no, apparently not. But what exactly is wrong with
Takes
that?
takes a knight e7.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I only have one pawn for the piece.
Yeah, I've
No, no, no.
got
I
bishop
agree.
f4. Yeah.
So yeah, yeah, yeah. This is
But there was something the engine was seeing here.
screaming about. What could it be? Bishop c6 and knight d4. Still queen c8.
Oh, knight d4 immediately?
Oh, and what if I play bishop e5? No,
Bishop
then bishop
c6?
takes c6, queen c6, knight c6. Okay, that attacks the rook. Yeah.
Knight e7 at the end, right?
Or yeah, and d8 is hanging
Oh,
out.
wait, no, d8's hanging, yeah.
Which you
So
could
this
also
is
play
the
knight e7, knight
problem.
f5. Knight d4 is a
Okay,
great move and takes. And,
yes.
ugh.
Yeah, that would not be what black wants. So, okay, I guess you're right. Rook e8 first. h6 is not working.
And what if you
Now,
still. Knight d4,
knight
there's bishop f8
g5
in the end.
and knight g5, bishop g6, I guess. There's just
Yeah,
no.
looks like black solidifies here. And if you go with your idea, bishop c1, I
But now,
mean,
yeah, it's just not dangerous. Like even h6 should be okay now. h6 and bishop f8, for instance.
yeah, exactly. Or yeah, or 95 in some cases,
Yeah,
but
95 maybe even.
agreed. It's just not that you're just missing like one piece or one little transformation. Black is just too compact in the center. So in a position like this, I would also probably consider c5, but there's no way a move like that actually like leads to victory. I feel like it's very gimmicky and you're just playing for tricks here. Although it's not the easiest move to refute, I think. Like, what does black
Yeah,
do
at
against c5?
least you take away any risk. You get rid of your only weakness. Pawn structure is going to be symmetrical. Maybe there's some concrete problems to deal with for black.
I feel like if I were playing Magnus, I would play c5 in like a heartbeat. Like anything to get a
Yes,
symmetrical structure, like
yes. Me
maximize the
too,
drawing
me too.
chances.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's terrible. I felt like such a wuss when I was playing him in aim chess. Just the moment I could go into symmetrical structure, I felt my heart leap. I was like, oh my god, I'm playing white. I'm playing for a draw, but it's just so hard not to when you're playing these
It's
guys. You
like,
just fall into that mode.
yeah, I totally resonate. It's like I just feel like I don't, maybe I'm overly pessimistic, but I just feel sometimes they have a better chance of winning the game simply. Like it comes down to probabilities, and so many times I try to be principled. I try to, uh, you know, play for a win with white, and it goes wrong. That I say sometimes it's like, okay, make the draw.
Yeah, my coach used to say always, there's this common wisdom that if you play for a win, it's going to balance it. So you might lose some games, but at the end, it'll balance itself out as opposed to playing for a draw. Like, I'm not totally sure about that against higher rated. I think the older I get, the more I'm starting to dilute my opinion on that. But C4 is on the board. Leiting J is deep in the tank, as is Humpy Canero. And this gives us a good opportunity to go on our first break. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying the coverage of Game 2 at the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament alongside Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. We'll be back with more candidates action on the other side of this short break.
Run for my life. Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey, just solving some puzzles.
Get my coffee.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Which one is that? Is that our new one?
Yeah. I can't get this one, man. Oh, shoot. What's wrong with you, man? Oh, this is hard.
You sure you're feeling okay?
One. Got it. Ah, shoot.
This should take C1.
and a lovely shot of the playing hall here in the amazing city of Monte Carlo, Monaco, the site of the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of the second match game. We are watching two amazing matches take place between Maria Muzichuk and Lei Ting-Jie and Anna Muzichuk and Humpy Canero, alongside the one and only Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. I'm Daniel Naroditsky, bringing you coverage this morning. Jeffrey, I mean, great time to be alive as a chess player. You got your choice of tournaments. You're going to have a 2700 streaming, not going to name any names, starting this weekend on twitch.tv/GMJX. So, you know, it's like an all-you-can-eat buffet 24/7.
It's unreal. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. The all-you-can-eat buffet. And we've been, I don't know if I should bring this up, but we've had a lot of publicity lately. I don't know if it's necessarily good publicity, but in any case, yeah, it's feels like another chess boom. I just feel so fortunate.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's the old adage, all publicity is good publicity. I think that's been put to the test probably. You know, in some moments in the last couple of weeks, but I can't really complain. Anytime chess makes it to like CNN, I mean, I find it hard to believe that isn't a good thing, even if it, you know, even if it's not.
Yeah, and
we would hope. Ooh.
Oh, go ahead.
Big moment. No, I go ahead. There was just a big moment in the Muzichuk game. We'll get to it.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say I did an interview with ESPN before U.S. Championship, you know, just talk about my upcoming game with Hans and whatnot. So like I've been just the biggest sports fan all my life, so to do that was an incredible moment.
That's insane. I can imagine. Like, I feel like ESPN would be the one, you know, like news site, I guess, that I would be the most pumped to get interviewed about. I think I read that article. And I remember seeing your name.
So yeah, you were saying so Bishop C6 was played.
Yeah, so we were talking about Maria's move C4 before we went on break. Ting-Jie responded with B6, kind of as I think we anticipated this, right? Wait, or did we?
Yeah, we anticipated B6. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
I
we
was
did.
Blanking. And then Bishop takes C6. This one I did not expect. Queen C6 and Knight D4. So clearly there is something that is appealing to her after Queen C8, which I assume is going to be played. Queen E4 shouldn't be ruled out immediately, but it seems to be asking for trouble after Rook F1.
Yeah, it feels a bit menacing walking right into the discovery. But after Queen C8, like, isn't the position just simplifying?
Yeah, I don't get it either. There must be something, because the eval bar is giving a small edge for it. But if it's Knight takes F5 and Rook D5, then I'm skeptical, because I
don't buy that.
That just doesn't feel like a lot. Queen E6, Bishop E7.
Exactly. Queen E6, Rook D1, big deal. You have the file. But I go Bishop E7, I go Rook C8, I pressure on C4. I don't see any problems with Black's position.
Exactly. So if it's not Knight takes F5, could it be Queen A4? What about this move?
But I feel like, can't I keep my bishop pair? Bishop E. Oh, there might even be Bishop H3. Whoa.
Yeah, but I really only have one trick, this Knight C6, Rook D6. I'm just trying to hunt and peck for like what it could possibly be. Okay, we're about to find out, because Queen C8 is on the board. And if Maria takes on F5, then this will be like incredibly underwhelming.
Well, I guess just to remind our viewers, it is a 4-game match. So a draw is not like it's over. But certainly like you'd want to apply a bit more pressure down in the match.
Yeah, and she does take it. I think Rook D5 is the move that appealed to her. It has a certain ring to it. Ooh, you know, put the rook on a defended square, attack the queen. But the high of this move evaporates very quickly after your opponent just moves the queen back. Okay, obviously, like, white is not risking, and there's no question that white has a little something, right? Or do you think it's just totally equal?
I find it hard to believe that black can face too many difficulties here. Maybe I'm not seeing some idea, but to your point, yeah, at least white doesn't risk at all. So that's the good news.
So queen e6 rook ft1. I think the one potential idea that could be problematic is something like queen a4. That a7 pawn
Uh-huh.
is, one could argue, really black's only weakness.
True. So
So
bishop b7 would run right into it.
yeah, bishop b7, queen a4, I realized actually starts to get
Okay.
a little unpleasant.
No, now you're onto something. This I did not see.
Because, I mean, obviously, if you have to play a5, then, we won't talk about that. The pawn on b6 becomes super weak. Okay, so perhaps black has to be a little bit more careful here. Maybe
Wait, then it's tricky though actually if you don't have bishop b7 because I don't like
Ooh.
bishop c7 as much.
And queen e7, I think there's no, there's no c5. I'm trying to get that to work. Maybe bishop g5 first and then c5?
Oh, I see where your head's at. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
but
Bishop
c5
g5.
bishop takes... No, even c5 immediately works.
Yeah, black would have to sack a queen. Let's just show it. Queen e7.
Yeah, it's this X-ray against the king. Looks totally insignificant, but you clear the shrubbery very quickly. So you can start with c5. That's inaccurate, but still takes bishop g5.
No, this one I probably hold with ease. I take on d5 and on d1.
Yep, you can actually stop for a draw probably after bishop c5 in that position. So takes, and this is an instructive moment because a lot of people just kind of assume that a position like this is winning, but not only is it not winning, it's just basically, no, I wouldn't say a dead draw, but black shouldn't have any problems. I'm not sure where you should put the bishop, but
Probably I'd
I
go to
never...
a5. I don't think white can do anything on the king side.
Yep, I'm just gonna finish the architectural design and then just chill. And
But
white will never be able to get to this pawn.
but white can switch the move order to make this idea work.
Exactly. If we come back, white can start with bishop g5, and if f6, then c5 is simply crushing. Just everything falls. Probably have g rook takes d6 and then trade on d8 and go c6.
Yeah, or I mean cd6 also looks very attractive to my eyes.
Yeah, to mine as well. No, this is also out of the question. Ooh.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say bishop c7 also should be checked. I think you would still go queen a4 though.
Definitely.
And it's like, yeah, I totally underestimated this, I have to say. I feel bad that I sort of discounted Maria's try, but it seems like she saw it all in advance.
I did as well. I stand corrected. I still maintain that black is probably fine. And the good news for Ting Jilei is that she has an hour on her clock. And if she can solve this like one localized problem of the a7 pawn, it's like straight up she's fine. And queen e6 has been played. And I think we're going to see a very rapid rook fd1 by Grandmaster Muzichuk. And
yes, almost surely.
Yeah, then the big moment for Ting Jilei. Rook fd1 already played. And this is the moment of truth. How does she deal with this very unpleasant idea of queen a4 combined with the pressure along the d file and the fact that the rook on d8, of course, is very loose?
And I should also mention c5 is a big threat, potentially. So it's logical for black to address this pin with either bishop c7 or bishop e7, but it feels uncomfortable after queen a4.
And yet another problem is that if you play, I was thinking about going queen e7 here, but now the rook, it's a collinear move, rook to d7, for starters, looks unpleasant. As does even your moves like c5 here, and just start to get into these like annoying complications.
You can also always consider going bishop g5 and bishop e3 back just to provoke f6.
Great idea. Yeah, now black has to reckon with the permanent weakness of their king. Ugh. Also unpleasant. Wow. So is there like there's no resigns. All right, this is nasty.
And another point I guess I'll say is black never really wants to take on d5 and give this past d pawn to white. Especially in the circumstance with the queen on a4, you're not even going to have a good blockade.
Right, because queen d6 is like g3, bishop f4. Huh. Very, very interesting. And Ding Julei, I think, senses that this is a problematic situation and is taking her time.
Okay, wait, there's a critical line, I think. Bishop e7, queen a4, rook c8. I give you a7. And now I want to see if I can get some compensation here.
So do you want to take on c4 or rook?
Probably take c4. Take
I'll
with
play...
the queen, I presume.
Yep.
Take, and rook a4.
Yeah, and the question is are white's winning chances here realistic?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So rook 1 d2.
Yeah, let's say a double.
You double. Huh. Yeah, this pawn is like buried under a pile of rubble. I mean, it's like, how are you ever getting it out of a2?
Yeah, you're not pushing it in another 20 moves.
Yeah, unless you're Magnus, and this is where he'd be like winning in 5 moves. But it's like you just have no idea how one does it. Yeah, no, this is actually...
This one,
Ting Julei's about to move. Bishop.
Oh, went to c7 instead. Okay.
C7, okay. Okay, if I'm Maria, I'm like basically blitzing out queen a4.
Yeah, I'm slamming down queen a4.
Because what else are you going to attack? There's literally no other targets. There's like none. You have to attack the a7 pawn. It's the only loose component in black's position.
But what is Lei Tingji's idea?
Yeah, and she seems confident. She's gotten up from her chair. Okay, there's also, is there any case? No, queen a3 just seems like an inferior version of queen a4. So, although I don't know exactly why, it just feels awkward. I think queen a4 also controls the d7 square, which is important.
My guess is she put the bishop on c7 so she could go a5, but it feels questionable.
Yeah, clearly white has made progress, but maybe this is what black should do. Just go a5 and, claim the principle of like one weakness. You can handle one weakness on one side of the board because everything else is well protected. But maybe click queen b5.
Yeah, queen b5. No, this is unpleasant.
Most definitely. And again, like point 3 should be taken with a grain of salt. On the other hand, like what if black just plays h6? I just toss the ball back into your court and say, how are you going to make progress here?
I think rook d7. Oh, there's one somewhat annoying fact that the rook on d1 is always hanging.
Oh, so after rook d7, you're saying I can
Like ignore. I have no threat. I just have no threat.
I hate that situation. Ooh, maybe you should play queen e7.
You do have that at your disposal, yeah.
That's actually a terrible move,
but you also have. I think this tactic might work. Let's say you take on d7. I take with
d8?
the rook and rook d8. Yeah.
Ooh, just don't take with a queen.
Oh, that would be bad. That would be unfortunate.
That'd be bad and sad. But because for the folks watching at home, notice that the bishop controls the Luft square, which means for all intents and purposes, it's as though white's pawn was on h2. But rook d8 is really pretty because if rook c7, check, and queen d6 picks up the rook on c7. So white is forced to trade here, I think, or step back to
or rook
d5.
d5, yeah. I think I like rook d5 better.
Agreed. That's probably the more zesty kind of move. I still wouldn't take on d5 here, probably.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems here the black is sort of over the hump.
Right. Essentially, yeah, I sort of understand black's concept, which is, yeah, it looks sort of ugly. I play a5, I weaken b6, but you don't really have a lot of firepower to punish me.
Yep. Although even this position, like the more I look at it, it's actually quite hard to find a move for black. Like maybe you just go like king h8 or something.
You might have to just go h8, g8, h8. I did something like this against against Fabiano in the U.S. Championship, I just started playing Rook A7, A8, A7, A8.
It's an underrated strategy. People don't do it enough. Like because in many positions, it's genuinely hard to find ways to make progress. How did that game was a draw, right?
I managed to draw it, yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Was it an end game that you held?
When we got to the end game, I was already fine, so I wouldn't necessarily say I held it. But in the middle
Uh huh.
game, I was definitely under some pressure.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Okay, I'll have to refresh my memory during our next break. But okay, Bishop C7 is on the board, and Muzichuk is pondering her next course of action. She looks like she's about to make a move, though. Although I don't know why I think that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Her position, I mean her posture seems quite intimidating. Like also late team Jit, when my opponent is hovering over the board, I always get a little bit scared.
Mm-hmm. Mm. I don't like playing people who like show outward surprise when I make a move because I have like confidence issues in general when I play. And when my opponent, when I like 2,700 opponent is raising their eyebrows, like, wow, look at the way this loser is playing. I feel like every move is a blunder.
Yeah, oh man.
When I was playing the aim chess tournament just now, I was stealing furtive glances at. If I made a move and my opponent wasn't responding in 2 minutes, I would open the Zoom call back up. Even though I don't usually care like what their facial expressions are. But we were talking about this before the broadcast, where like these top guys, they just sit still as statues, and it's honestly uncanny how little they move and how little their face moves during even a rapid game.
Yeah, I want to say that applies to everyone outside of like maybe Hikaru. He's usually, he gives the fans some interesting facial expressions from time to time.
Yes, he is most certainly known to do that. But yeah, so plenty of time
Sh
here for White. The time control very generous.
Shall we hop over to the other
Yeah,
game?
I think this is a good time to do that, especially because there has been not a lot of moves, but an important move. So the second match is, of course, Anna Muzichuk against Humpy Canero. So we last saw the position after Bishop D3, and we were pondering the possibility of C4 or whether Black should play D4 immediately. Humpy goes for a different approach. Queen D7 slides over to C7, opening up a direct line of confrontation between the Rook and White's Queen. And of course, also opening up the light squared bishop.
But I did illustrate this point earlier, which was I feel like it's hard for Black to ever move the knight and open the bishop on C8.
Yep.
So I think White has a free hand. Maybe I would consider H4 here, this idea I spoke about.
H4, and then, yeah, this is very meaty, like H5, H6, and Knight G5. Yeah, my first inclination was Knight G5, but I think H4 is a lot more professional.
Yeah, I see it. I see it a
can't
lot.
help myself.
All right, let's see Knight G5. Let's look at it.
So if Knight G5, you see.
Wait a minute.
Bars, like, gotta get that out of here.
First of all, let me address the elephant in the room. If I take on E5,
I know. I was hoping you would bring this up. Okay.
Do you have the same Knight H7 tactic with the discovery?
Knight H7 here.
Yeah, I probably take on D3.
Oh my god, there's some crazy lines. Wait, Knight D3.
Wait, does this work?
Knight F6 takes Queen G4.
Wait. Queen D3, King H7, Knight E7? You have to go G6, Queen H3.
Oh, it's mate.
King G7, Queen H6, King F6, Knight G.
No, Bishop H6, Knight G8. Oh, Queen
H6.
Oh
my! Oh,
this is actually just mate. Sorry, you spotted this first. Knight
G8.
My! What a mate!
That's quite the visual.
Yeah, and the best moves are the ones where you put your piece on the opponent's initial developing square. You put a white knight on G8. You've like conquered the board completely. But obviously, Black's not going to cooperate.
Well, but if you can't take back on H7, I like this. I still have a roaring attack.
Totally. No, this is good. So the elephant in the room has been addressed. I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
h4 I think is more just sort of keeps your options open more. Maybe here black has some sort of concrete solution, but this is
Yeah,
not
let's.
to Humpy Canero's liking. Maybe h6.
Yeah. Also, can I? What if I take on g5? Because now I sort of want to open my bishop now that you move the queen. Takes in rook
So,
e8. Wait, is there knight g7? Oh my god, this position could really explode.
ooh, knight g7. Wait, bishop g7, queen
Queen h5,
h5.
h6, and like, do you take or do you go bishop f6 there?
So takes here. God, this is so scary for black. I mean, also like a move like knight takes c5 has to be considered, but I guess queen h7 and bishop h6 looks
Yeah, yeah.
very strong. Yeah, it does look
That
almost
should.
devastating.
So h6 is forced.
Yep.
Oh,
Or
apparently it
not.
was bad. Okay.
Yeah, now of course you have this very difficult decision. Bishop f6, bishop. My intuition
Probably you
is like,
take, right?
yeah, because bishop f6, I think I have knight takes c5.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop takes h6. No, this is
Can
like,
I go?
sign me up.
Yes. No, but rook e5. Wait. What am I missing?
Okay. Oh. No. Crap.
You gasped there for a second.
I don't know what it was. No, it was bishop f4 or something, but no. Wait, what if I just play a calm move? Except like what calm move, Daniel? Wait, can I play f4?
Oh my god. Oh my god, that is sick. F4 is the move. Oh my.
The first thing I saw was moving the bishop away, but then black blocks on f8. Rook h5, Ricky. I'll just show this for the folks at home.
That is a sick move.
Yeah, just get out of there. It's like a Marshawn Lynch run. Get off me.
Wait, so then what do I do?
No, this loses for black, because if you have to cede the e-file, then then I'm, winding my tentacles all around all the sides of the board. Huh. So,
Jeez.
okay, I think h6 might be a promising defensive option. I don't know. We could continue looking at knight takes g5, obviously. No, never mind. I mean, maybe you can still play knight h7.
Or wait, there could also be queen h5. I like queen h5 too. Just bring everything in.
Yep. Just throw the kitchen sink at him.
And also a rook e3 could come, like, after knight g5, bishop g5.
And of course, your idea once again comes in with hg knight e7. That's mate. Yeah, these are just beautiful. I love this like arrangement of the pawn on e5 produces so many tactics.
This game could really turn into a brilliancy.
It 100% could. All right, Anna, let's see knight g5. Or I mean, anything on the king side, I think, is going to produce fertile ground for this kind of brilliancy.
No, but I really want to see knight g5 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, and this is like the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there's like a million other lines like this. I think, given Anna's, not to overanalyze the body language, because I'm actually bad at that. And
according to somebody,
yes. According to but I'm taking that feedback to heart, and I totally understand it. Like I sometimes like to pretend, oh, this is what this means and this is what that means. Like every person's different, but it does seem like Anna is like intensely calculating something, and I really hope that something is also. I really hope it's knight g5. How do you resist this move?
I mean, it's hard to. I guess. No, it's really hard. Maybe it's if you don't really believe in like these sacrificial ideas, then I could see how you wouldn't want to allow knight takes g5 and open up the c8 bishop.
Yeah, I'd be afraid to make a move like this against some like, solid Russian, like Tomaszewski or something. But I think it's critical to see this knight takes h7 concept, because without this, like the attack loses a lot of its luster. And to see that you actually have to give up the bishop, I think that's hard, because a lot of people I think would say, oh, but I give up an integral attacker, and to realize that you're still Actually, man, knight h6 is like a threat. This is perfectly sufficient to go around. Or it's not really a threat, but in any case. This is a cool position.
Oh, she played it or no?
I think I see something on g5. No, bishop g5.
Okay.
No.
This also seems interesting, though. Wait. Oh, but the engine really despised that.
Wait, but why would you play bishop g5 if you can play knight g5? Like, that's like getting fish at a steakhouse. Like even without calculating
analogy,
it, I don't know. Okay, question. Knight takes g5, knight takes g5. What if I just play this?
Just taking g6.
Yeah, taking g6. Meat and potatoes. What am I missing?
Oh yeah, I mean you gave away your dark squared bishop, which is a key piece.
And can I go e6?
E6.
It's not.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? Oh, f6 on account of f6. Okay.
No, but now e7.
Clearing the way. Beautiful.
What a line. Wait, but black clearly black is a move here according to the omnipotent bar. Maybe it's GF.
No, but if you take, I mean, queen h5, that has or
GF
first.
Sean. Oh yeah, queen h5. No, that's mate.
Maybe you can play. Wait, maybe you play a move like queen f4 here.
Oh, you come at it from the other side. That's it. Because EF, now, of course, the brilliant king g7, yeah, king h8. And white is all of a sudden at a dead end. Yeah, the king is like the safest it's been in all of human history on h8. Oh, man, that's so disappointing. I mean, if Humpy plays takes in g6.
I don't actually know what she saw. Like, what if I take and go g6 immediately?
Take.
Isn't
even
that
just
also
without bishop f5.
Isn't that also an idea?
It most certainly. In fact, I think it might even be simpler because here e6. Actually, here e6 you can just take, no?
Yeah, maybe just fe.
No, just kidding. Yeah. Unfortunately, at this point, you've lost a lot of the sort of attacking currency that white had with the dark squared bishop still on the board. Oh man,
I don't understand.
On earth, bishop g5, and you pointed out something I thought was very worthwhile, which is that like one of white's strategies to play against this knight. And after knight g5, you're like negotiating and saying, "I'll let you move the knight away, but then you're going to have to involve my dark squared bishop." Here, you're letting black have the cake and eat it too. Move the knight away, eliminate a key attacker, and soften up the e5 pawn. Yeah, and Humpy has to be like thrilled to see this move.
I'm honestly so curious about knight g5 that I'm gonna turn on the engine for a sec. I usually don't do this.
It's totally permitted.
Okay,
knight g5. It's saying, yeah, but this is the kind of position I think would be important to run at a high depth.
Okay. So apparently c4 is good for black, but why?
Bishop
E1, some very subtle idea. Knight g5,
wow.
bishop g. Oh my god!
Oh
this is subtle.
Oh, so this is some sort of positional exchange sacrifice?
That's crazy.
It's saying bishop takes f5 is the move here.
But I don't understand. So I take on d8?
Yeah, like you just apparently now
seriously.
Apparently a minor piece is the same value as a rook. I learn new things every day. Oh, and it's just like g6 and d4.
Come on, no, that's not human chess.
That is like the most inhuman idea I've ever seen. You just literally give up in exchange for ostensibly nothing, and it's just that black gets this initiative. God. Dark squares and bishop comes to c5 and stuff.
Yeah, I understand it now, but if my opponent plays that against me, I'm going right to the arbiter.
Yeah, Chris Bird. Yeah, Chris. Yeah. Exactly. No. This I think from a practical standpoint, knight g5 would have produced. Maybe I'm jumping the gun by saying this, but I think it would have produced excellent winning chances. Like it just poses so many problems to black. But your move, from an objective perspective, is undoubtedly better. Just like h4, or even a move like bishop c2. Just keep the tension. Black is not on the cusp of really doing anything at all, unless you're Nepo and then you play like A5 and Rook A6 here. This is actually a very similar position
Yeah, but
to what they had.
I'm trying to figure out what she saw. Like, why did she go bishop g5? Because I see no real upside to this move.
Yeah, 0 after takes, and I like your approach of taking and refraining from bishop takes f5, going g6 immediately, because there's almost nothing to calculate. Yeah, there is a bishop on g5. I'm just making sure like she actually played that, but she did.
So okay,
And
let's say I don't take, because maybe Anna thought knight g5, knight g5. It looks scary. What if I go rook e8? What's the big idea here?
let me turn the engine off. Rook e8. But here, no, bishop f6. Takes queen d8. That doesn't look good. Although, I mean, that is like close. Yeah, but here maybe I can go. Yeah, I don't know. What is the bishop doing on g5?
Yeah, maybe bishop h4. That's the best I can see to keep the bishop, but
To pave the way for knight g5.
yeah. No, but okay, you don't play rook e8. I think you take this amazing piece on g5.
Yeah, I mean, if Humpy doesn't take on g5, then that would just be a shock. And I think Humpy is probably just trying to she's asking herself, what am I missing?
Yeah.
Right? So, and we've this is a relatable situation where your opponent really just makes a move out of the blue, and it's like way too good to be true. You're like, there must be something I don't see. But sometimes it really is just a just a mental spaz by your opponent.
And I'll take this moment to ask you about the playing hall. We have a nice view here. So when you're playing with very limited people, like I've never actually played in a match format over the board. I'm always used to playing either an open or round robin. There are other boards around. I can check on those. Doesn't it feel lonely here?
It definitely does. I was thinking about something similar. I was having a discussion recently about playing a world championship match. Not that I ever experienced that, but how it must feel to be the only game on stage and to literally you have no other games to watch, which to me is just unimaginable. It's just the process of getting up and looking at the other boards creates the shared sense of camaraderie that, okay, nobody really cares about my game. There's all these other games going, Fabi's playing, and all these stronger GMs like Jeffrey Zhang, they're playing. Commentators are focused on their game. Here, if you make a bad move, you're under the spotlight. So I agree. It's got to be a different kind of stress to play in an environment like this.
And I'd always be worried, what if I get bored of my own game?
Yeah. Then what do you do then? Well, often there's a rest area in these types of tournaments. I guess it's more common in World Championship matches. I remember in the Kramnik Topalov match, there was a big deal made of there was an area or a room that the players could actually go to, which had snacks and stuff and a monitor to display the game. No, I think during the Nepo Carlsen match you had, the Nepo was spending more time in that room
yes, he was.
than at the board.
Which may not have been the best idea, but
in retrospect, yeah. What do you mean? He won the match. Oh wait, no, not quite. He'll have a chance to do, he'll have a chance at a do-over soon enough.
But yeah, at least one extra board. Oh, how about the dynamic of playing such a high-level event with your sister?
Yeah, that must be really interesting, because they have played, right? They've played a good deal, I think, at the women's Grand Prix tournaments, and they don't just make a draw every time, I think, but I don't remember. Do you have any intel on that? When they face each other?
Let me try to think. I remember some draws, but I also remember sometimes they do fight too.
Yep. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I've experienced that only once. I got paired with my brother. So we were both I was maybe 2000 and he was 1800. And we got paired at the weekly club game at the Mechanics Institute. But I remember my dad called John Donaldson, the director, and was like, "Can you please repair?" So I don't think I'd be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to play for a win. Like I would feel too bad about it.
Yeah, I feel you. I always get on my parents. Like I wanted a little brother that played chess as well. I just imagine like traveling around. Like if we play a tournament like U.S. Championship together, how cool would that be? So yeah, I've
That
annoyed
would
them
be
a bit
really
with
cool.
that.
I'm always jealous of like athletes who can play on the same team as their brother. That's kind of really cool. Like
Oh, totally.
I suddenly blanking on examples, but
The Currys is one.
the Currys. But
Um,
were they ever on the same team?
Mannings. Oh, same team,
But yeah,
same
Manning's, and now they get to
team.
do a show together.
Oh yeah, that's the dream. That's the dream.
It's just the chillest job ever. But yeah, I'll think about that. If we can find two brothers who played on the same sports team, people in the chat, you guys can jump in. Uh, so ask your questions. We've got plenty of time. We've
Ah
only
yeah,
got two games to watch.
the Antetokounmpos. That's right.
And the Wagners, yeah, Mo Wagner and I forget what the other
Franz.
Wagner's
Yep,
name is. Franz Wagner.
that's right.
Very good, very good. Anna Kramling, yeah, well, of course, that is really cool. That whole chess playing families are so interesting. Like Anna Kramling's, how it was like to have two parents who are both grandmasters.
Couldn't imagine. That's incredible. And by the way, did you know? I was surprised to hear this, but there's never been a father-son duo that are both grandmasters.
I knew that. I think
Yeah.
Sveshnikov is maybe the closest. There's a lot of IMs like and Kaufman, like Larry
Kaufman's.
Kaufman.
Yeah.
Although, yeah, I mean, Larry, got the GM. Well, I mean, I like Larry. I'm not gonna say what tournament he won. I hope to win that tournament myself in about 10 years when I turn 60.
Oh, so if we jump right over to the Maria
Yeah.
Muzichuk game, she did not go Queen A4, which we were anticipating.
Ooh, she went Queen Billy 5. Wait up, is there? Why am I always looking for these like Queen E5 related? Ooh, and Rook takes D5 by Ting Jule. So that's a
Like,
big move.
yeah, so C D5. She wants to allow this.
I think she wants to provoke
G3.
G3.
Oh, is Queen? No, but Queen H5 is too much because like you have a double attack, but you might allow my pawn forward if you take on H2.
Yeah, that just looks unnecessary. Maybe she wants just like Rook D8 here. No, that's definitely worse though.
Looks suspect. Wait,
Queen
isn't there like bishop?
C6.
There might even be bishop F4, but yeah.
Oh yeah, Bishop F4, Queen H5. I thought,
G. Oh, no G4. Okay.
but I guess Queen H3. But yeah, no. This is like literally making trouble for no reason. Huh. I wonder what her intended follow up is here.
And also this Queen B5 move, I see something I like for black in response. Could I have gone Rook D6 instead of exchanging?
Oh, in this position.
Yes, because
Rook D6.
I cut off Rook D7. My idea is to double. I also have Rook C6.
And a Bishop F4. Then you want Rook C6.
I think Rook C6. Yes.
Very nice idea. Yeah, aiming at the C4 pawn. White's biggest weakness. Yeah. Wait, can I play? No, I can't do that. I think Queen B5 is just toothless. Yeah, Rook D6 is a really cool move. Just keeping the tension.
Yeah, I'm really surprised about Queen B5 over Queen A4. But anyway, Rook D5 is on the board. Pretty sure Maria's gonna recapture with the C pawn here.
I will be shocked if she does. And now a lot of people I think might be tempted by Rook takes D5, but I mean, open files alone don't win games. Like you can't just say I have the D file, so what Black is going to resign. I think Rook D8 here probably keeps the balance.
Yeah, almost certainly.
So Yeah,
But
CD has
CD5,
to be in the way.
what do you think is the most precise square for the queen? Is it E5
So there's
or
also
maybe
rook
somewhere
D8, by
else?
the way, needs to be
Yes,
considered.
I think yeah, it's very serious.
Yeah, because this allows you to procrastinate on the decision. So, and if G3, then I think Black can get away with Queen takes H3.
Yeah.
Maybe not. There's D6, but I have
Ah,
no idea.
well,
No, but
queen, no,
then
queen D.
Queen E6.
Yes, you could just return. Yeah.
Oh, Queen D7. Oh, no,
Yeah,
Queen
queen
D7. I
D7
take
as
and
well.
play DC.
Oh, show that.
This is like bullet tricks. Queen H3, D6. Yeah, so now what we're saying is that the rook on D1 is undefended, so you don't actually have to move the bishop. You can't play bishop takes D6 because white has the back rank mate. But if you play Queen D7, all of a sudden white trades and goes DC. And it's a classic situation, the bishop restricting the rook. Yeah, I love these types of combinations that involve like a single pawn promoting in the end. Okay,
Yeah, it's a
so
common motif, this one.
but black is spoiled for choice. You're like there's ways to solve this problem. I think she's gonna go rook d8. I think that must be
I agree.
what's gotten her excited about this line.
And for white, yeah, if you don't go G3, I guess you have to play just a move. Maybe you start with A4. That looks useful to me.
It's a nice move. And now just H6. I don't know.
Yeah, H6. Why not?
I like how we're just chilling on E6.
At some point, I guess I have to protect my rook so that your queen is under attack.
Yeah, that would be nice, but how?
But then I vacate the back row. Like, for example, rook D2. Now there could be
Queen E5.
some nuisance here.
You vacate the Etienne.
That's a good one. I gotta use that
finally
myself.
found someone who. I mean, that was just like the most overused joke of all time during the World Cup. But I think
I didn't know about
the statute of limitations has passed. So once again, I can bring it back into use. Of course, this was a pun on the French Grandmaster Etienne Bacrot. Very, very strong player. But yeah, I think what Tingji Lei is saying is that like white is just not going to be able to play d6 like ever. And that's a pretty valid point, I think. It's a pretty valid point.
Yeah, I mean, Queen A4 feels like it would have been much more problematic than Queen B5.
Without question. I think this game, I would assign maybe a 75 to 80% chance will end in probably even a pretty quick draw of some sort. Although after CD, as you see Maria kind of shaking her head there, I think realizing that, her chances here are beginning to evaporate. This is just solid play by Tingji Lei. She just seems to be completely in control of the situation, really from the opening onward.
Right, and the fact that she's even thinking about a move other than CD5 is already a bad sign.
Exactly. Yeah, because maybe rook takes d5, it really is the best practical chance, but I find that impossible to believe.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, we'll see. Let's go back to Humpy. I think she's found the right continuation.
Bad news for Maria. Yep. Yeah, let's go back to that game and see what it is Maria has in mind after g6, because it is on the board. Your line, knight takes g5, and g6, and
but hang on, wait.
Maria, Anna is thinking here is bad.
Isn't white gonna lose a pawn? This might just be lost.
Yeah, no, white is just in terrible shape here. This is shocking. And this is like the second day. And I mean, yesterday there was a similar moment where Jennifer just couldn't figure out what it was that Anna had in mind. And it was a moment where she could have traded queens. And Jeffrey, you're aware of that moment as well. And just, sort of made a very strange decision. And it just seems like Anna's struggling these critical moments. Knight d6 maybe, but
but it's a clean pawn. Yeah, it's a clean pawn.
It's literally And not just any pawn. Like now black has the central superiority. Now the knight is terrible, and no, this is like kind of position where somebody would resign in like the 50s. All right. Pawn down, enough torture. Maybe queen f3.
So yeah, maybe you could try try this one.
F6 knight takes h7, but this is all now very gimmicky and.
But like there was another way to win a pawn knight that I might even prefer. After knight d6, can I go knight e5 just to keep my dark bishop?
Yeah, I forgot that after knight c the queen is connected to the knight. Great point. Knight e5 is definitely much more precise. No, this is just disgusting. Completely disgusting. And
especially considering what she could have had. Like she had a few promising moves before bishop g5.
No, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, knight g5, h4, bishop c2. Perfect choice of opening by Anna. Like, just this is exactly what you need in a scenario where you're down a point. You're not in a must-win territory, but you get a combative position with an objective advantage. And, chess is just a brutal game. You give it all up in one sloppy move. We wanted to mention that we are going to Chesscom Live. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are switching channels because of the Fisher Random Tournament from our current channel, Chess, to Chesscom Live. So make sure to migrate along with us if you want to keep watching our coverage. I don't know why you'd ever want to watch anything else. I mean, if you do, shame on you. But we are moving to Chesscom Live, so we'll see you there. And
yeah.
But yeah, this is a huge problem because if Anna loses the second game, 2-0 in a 4-game match is just, especially against Canero, who like her last loss with white was like 2013. Like, not literally, of course, but she's incredibly solid.
Yeah, the only other alternative I see is go ahead.
No, yeah, go ahead. I thought knight g3, knight h7, but I don't think it works.
Let's have a quick look. Knight takes, knight e5, knight h7.
So
worst case, yes.
This takes queen h5, but no, knight d3 I think just wins.
Knight f6.
I have one check and then I can resign.
Yeah, I guess there's nothing here.
Knight e8. Well, it's -5. It's really that bad. Oh, maybe bishop g4.
Oh, that's a dynamite move.
But then actually, queen g4, rook e8, knight h. No, obviously there's nothing. Oh, wait, I see a funny trick though. So, queen g4, rook e8, knight h5, king h8, knight f6, and now don't play rook e6.
Oh my! Wow, that is so easy to fall for.
Because it's such a tempting move. Like, oh, let's attack the knight. Okay, queen h3, king g7, whoop, queen takes c6. fe6, knight e8. But literally anywhere else on the e file, I think is fine.
That would really be tragic because e6 is the most natural square.
Totally. Yeah, like rook e5 is harder to execute. So, but it is the move. Yeah, rook e5 is the winning move.
But I'm guessing there are there are probably other ways for black too, instead of bishop g4.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the worst comes to worst, you have like two pieces for a rook for no comp. So, yeah, this is just a disaster for Anna. There isn't even like a single way that white can complicate the game. It's literally you just lose your center pawn and you've lost all of your attackers.
Not to mention the bishop pair for black.
Yep. Yeah, and e6 would be like the way to complicate it, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, like just fe. Let's say knight g3. How would you? At least here your bishop is closed off. Oh, e5. Could I go c?
Yeah, e5, c4.
4. Trying to at least carve out some squares.
Yeah, you gotta muddy the water somehow. But what if I go like, okay, e4, No, then I think the game starts to get more complicated.
Although maybe it's still good. Like if I go CD5, you take on D3, DC, Queen C6.
Oh yeah, and like c4.
I still, yeah,
But
I don't have a check on the diagonal. Bishop
if you
F1.
move the bishop back, I was thinking queen f4.
Oh, that knight is very loose on G5. Yeah.
No, but oh wait, no, what am I saying? But here maybe you can start some shenanigans.
Like takes a knight E4 or something.
Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking. I'm almost afraid to say it because it's so like speculative now, and the eval bar is just like turning circles are in its grave. Like it's like no.
Oh,
no,
maybe
no.
how bad is Queen C? I think knight 3 is busto after takes and like knight
Yeah,
D4.
that is just brutal. Yeah, Queen C1 is a great move.
Maybe Queen
actually.
C1.
Yeah, and Black Center is busto here.
Yeah, you still might be in the game.
No, Queen C1 I missed completely, and that's a lovely move. Yeah, and takes bishop h6. There's h4. So, So yeah, maybe this is the practical way to go.
And did she play E6?
No, still no move. I think
No,
for Anna after g6. Yeah, this is sad though, and it's easier said than done. Like not to just tilt off the face of the earth here with white and lose in like 5 more moves.
Very
But
true.
I'm afraid that there's a non-zero chance that kind of happens.
Yeah, I can speak from experience. When you sort of blunder something, you just start blundering everything.
Yeah, it's crazy how it works. Like you just, and it's not even always because you're explicitly tilted. Sometimes you tell yourself, "Oh no, I'm gonna hunker down and I'm gonna find the best resource," but there's just something in your brain chemistry changes when you make a blunder, and it's just so much harder to stay composed.
Hang on, I think I found something.
All
So
right.
I want to go E6, Fe6, Rook E6.
Okay. Fe6, Rook E6. I will bite. GF.
I take on F5.
Ooh. And here you have a massive attack all of a sudden.
Yeah, this starts to feel, at the very least, messy.
Yeah, now white is already winning after bishop.
Wow.
An amazing idea. And just like king h8, knight f7, I smoke you out of the shell. And queen g4 is next.
Yeah, and rook
Wow,
E1.
that goes from 0 to 100 like instantly.
Chess is crazy.
It really, like rook e6. Okay, so this position.
So like I
guess
thought maybe
GF
you'd
is
just
wrong.
I thought you would take on E6, but there, how bad is that? Like probably you're better, but
But
you
okay,
take.
knight d8, back to e3.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, I'm not down to pawn anymore.
What if I take a page out of your old idea?
Ah,
Play queen f4. Also not correct.
not correct.
Apparently.
Why? It looks good. Oh, maybe like knight h3 forces you right back.
Oh, and every square is covered. That's amazing.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, but apparently knight h3 is like black can repeat and then make the correct move.
Ah,
Which
okay.
I wonder what this correct move is. Okay, there's
Wait,
c4.
What does that do? Like bishop c2?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, but I feel like it was correct in another position. Okay,
So you can't. Yeah, you can't take on f5. You can't take on e6.
Another idea. King h8.
So subtle. But I'm
that be
worried
it?
about that. I'm worried.
No. I'm kind of like
Because
guessing.
there's a check on there's a check on f7. That's what I don't like. Like
100%.
how do I? Is there a queen f? How about queen f3?
Queen f3. Yeah, queen f3 I think is very decent because like, just another day in the office, all of your pieces hanging, but none of them can really be captured, so because the king is too open. But yeah, I mean, this is a crazy idea. I think this is by far the most testing. Rook takes e6, amazing.
Yeah, I don't
Would
know.
Anna
Wait,
be
apparently,
thinking about it?
apparently,
Yeah, 95.
black is winning somehow. Oh, it's 95.
But that's a I don't know. Is that a ridiculous move? It was on my radar. I just didn't understand exactly what
Yeah,
it
I also like I saw it out of the corner of my eye, but I don't really understand it.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
It's
Wait.
a weird move. And what if I just bishop c2? Then maybe you take on f5.
Then yeah, maybe now the situation has changed.
Because certain like random squares are now under black's control. That's like always the explanation. But
wait, so just show me what you do, like gf bishop f5. Oh, bishop e6. You're just controlling f7 now.
yeah, exactly. Bishop e6, and if we compare this to the position with the knight on c6, white has this additional resource. And without this resource, I mean, it's not totally over, but black largely consolidates here.
Yeah,
so
I would say it's totally over, yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what Anna goes for. We need to go on another break, and we will let Anna Muzichuk try to figure out her way out of this incredibly difficult situation. Both games are still going, so we hope that you are not going anywhere here at the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament from Monte Carlo. We'll be back with more Game 2 action in just a couple of minutes.
The only thing better than chess is more chess. So don't miss a moment of the Fisher Random World Championship or the Women's Candidates. We will be squad streaming both events, so you don't have to pick just one. Simply click this button at the bottom of our streaming panel to watch multiple events at once. Click again to switch back to a single screen. Don't miss a moment of top-level chess with squad streaming on twitch.tv/chess.
and a sharp turn for the worse in the game of Grandmaster Anna Muzichuk as we watch her here hovering over her board in a dire situation after a big mistake in the early middle game against Humpy Canero here at the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament from Monte Carlo, Monaco. It's been a pleasure bringing you the tournament thus far alongside Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. Anna Muzichuk has a long and illustrious career. She is a fearsome opponent. She's been over 2,600. And at 32, she is still very much in the prime of her career. Although, Jeffrey, a lot of struggles in this tournament, and she's been on a bit of a downturn in the last couple of years. Can she make her way back up to 2,600? Do you think she's got a realistic shot at challenging Ju Wenjun and making her way all the way to the throne?
Yeah, I remember, I think it was back in, it might have been 2013 Waikonze was when I first sort of saw Anna play at the top level, and I was so blown away. She had these great attacking games. I think she finished definitely in the top half, played a really good tournament there. As you said, she was around 26, maybe high 2500s or already 2600.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, right now she's got a lot on her plate, but it's amazing that she can still play chess at a very high level.
It truly is. It truly is. And it's great to see that she and Maria managed to stay safe and continue their chess careers going even in this incredibly difficult time. But it is a difficult time on the board for her as well, as you can kind of see her, leaning back there on bottom right-hand side of your screen, falling below 30 minutes on the clock. She is about to lose a pawn. And Jeffrey, I think the only way to produce realistic chances is your really cool idea of e6 and then rook takes e6. But given that she played bishop g5, if she uncorks rook takes e6, I would be really impressed. I mean, that would be incredible.
I'd love to see that as well. But I think the key move is e6, just to at least break open Black's pawn shield for the moment. Like, even if you played that move knight g3, we went down that path as well. There could be some complications there at least.
Yeah, because at least you, as you said, you soften up Black's structure in the center and on the king side. I think the worst thing you can do is just, for example, drop the knight back to g3. Because then you give Black like all of the advantages. You give Black the extra pawn, the bishop pair, and the incredibly compact center. Would you agree with that?
No, totally. Like, this is already resignable. It's just pawn up and two bishops.
And d4, d3 is coming if you drop your bishop back. So, but a decision has to be made here because this is only move 17, if you can believe that. This is amazingly only White's 17th move.
Oh, I had a question.
Yeah.
Can Black refuse to take on e6 and go f6 instead? I think we saw this in another line, but maybe not this one specifically.
Oh, we saw this with the bishop already gone from c8. This is a much better version, I think, for Black, given the fact that e6 is going to be controlled. So let's see. Both knights are hanging. Okay, can I go? Let me go e7 anyway.
E7 anyway, okay. All right, I'm a bit confused. Let me just I'll take with the random piece. Let's say the knight.
Okay.
Was this what you wanted?
Knight e7, knight h7.
Yes, but maybe I have f5?
f5, yeah. Queen e2.
Right, it gets...
Bishop h4.
Oh, that really starts getting weird.
So just to show everybody what we're discussing, bishop e7, and now there's this very classic idea. Anytime you have this arrangement of pawns, you need to look for knight takes h7, king h7, and queen h5, of course, is totally out of the question. So we were saying maybe Jeffrey is saying f5, blunting the bishop and reinforcing the threat of the king takes h7.
But yeah, queen e2, what's going on?
Bishop h4, I guess I have to go g3.
Right.
And queen takes h7 and queen takes h4, and like
But I still don't love this transition for black. It feels like, at the very least, white has an E file, king is slightly open.
And it feels
I
like
don't know.
compared to like f takes e6, this is less juicy.
Yeah,
So if we rewind, so after
But it-
e7,
what if I could also take with the bishop?
yeah, and then g6 is going to be defended at the end of that line.
Exactly.
But here I think even like the worst case scenario, I can take and maybe go knight e6. And like I would argue that that's not all that bad. Or is it? Am I
I think it's pretty bad. I don't know. Like I just take and rook d6.
queen e2?
Ah,
I
okay, yeah. At
guess.
least if you control the E file, yeah, maybe.
That's my
have to
only
be more
hope. Like
careful.
queen e2, king f7, rook e1, yeah, maybe. Blech. This is also pretty nasty. Even just knight c6, I think.
Yeah,
try to
yeah.
go
Black
for
is
e5.
covering everything. Let's see it. Can white try something else besides knight e? Or wait, let's go back one more.
Yeah, because here I have
I'm
there's
looking.
choices.
Wait. Oh,
Did you see
well,
knight
like I'm
h7 or
trying
something?
knight h7. I'm trying to knight 7 and rook e3. How easy is that to
wow.
refute? Wait, how easy is that to refute? Wait a second.
Wait, are you saying king h7?
Yes.
Bishop f. Okay.
No, bishop f5. I thought I'd taken queen h5.
And rook e3. Who needs the minor pieces anyway?
Because,
Wow,
like,
that's a
yeah, I want queen
super
g4
cool
and rook
idea.
h3. Okay,
Yeah,
knight e5 looks like a party pooper.
It's just one of it's one of those moves that just like wait, but now knight e7.
And f4?
Maybe that's what you have to do. Yeah, knight e7, queen e7, f4, and white maintains like major attacking chances on the king side.
Wait, but as of right now, you don't even have a pawn, so you're just down a full knight.
Currently, yeah.
But you're saying, like, I want to see. I go king g7 just to avoid the queen h5 stuff.
Maybe then have
Oh.
fe bishop g6.
Yeah.
Just give it. I insist on sacrificing the bishop.
Yeah, I think
Wow.
this works. Because if I take, you go rook g3.
And queen h5.
Yeah, if king steps to the f file, I assume it'll be hunted down.
Yeah, with the other rook coming in. I think one thing is like for certain, like, all of this starts with white playing e6. White
Yeah,
has
you
to
have
play
to.
E6.
You have
Anna has to play e6, and she has to do it quickly because 23 minutes now is not a lot of time. And if she burns another 15 minutes trying to calculate this out, then even if she does go e6, there's no way she'll be able to navigate this with 5 minutes left.
Agreed. Yeah, you've got to make a decision. But I'm sorry to go deeper down this
No,
rabbit
this is
hole,
super
but I'm
cool,
so
actually.
f4, king g7,
Yeah, so
take,
f4.
take. Yeah,
g7 takes
take.
bishop g6.
Yeah,
Bishop
rook
g6, I
g3.
think white is in good shape.
Rook g3, king h6. But what do you have?
Queen d2. Yeah, queen d2, king h7. And let me make a calm move.
This is such a funny position.
It's crazy, yeah, because there isn't quite any like ladder mates because h3 is protected. Okay, let's rook f1. Rook f1. This has to be a decent move.
You have a threat.
That I have not quite figured out. I've not gotten
Like,
to
let's
that
say,
part.
let's
Wait,
say
is
I make a
rook
random.
Is rook f7
No.
a threat? And queen g5?
Wait, let's see. Let's find out. Wait, let's find out.
Oh
Let me
my
play
God.
a5.
I
Yeah,
like
okay,
how we.
A6,
I
fine.
like how we like. No, but a5 actually might be the best.
No,
move 'cause
A5
you have
is
rook
good.
a6 in the end.
Yeah, a5 is good.
Oh my god! Wait, but let's first establish that this is. Oh, never mind.
Oh, that's rubbish. Oh yeah, I take rook d6. Okay, that's rubbish.
Oh, rook d6. Yeah, that is loaded card. But what is the mate then?
Wait, what is it then?
Queen d3, e4, rook h3. Yeah, maybe. I feel like it's something mundane.
Wait, so this is completely winning, but I don't see it.
Yeah, it's +5. Could it be just like queen e2?
Oh, and I probably have to go king h. No, okay, wait. I can queen e8 or king h6, but queen e8 feels off.
It's
Let's
just,
see
I
queen
mean,
eight.
if I'm not winning here. I
Oh,
don't know
rook of
Rook
fate.
of fate.
Rook of
Fate.
Doesn't work.
Wait,
Doesn't work
queen of
though.
fate.
Yeah,
What
not
the
so
heck?
fast. Not so fast. No.
Yeah, here there's good h5, good h6. But no, this rook f6, I think, at least.
Threatening just queen e3. Yeah, because
Just
black
to-
can't really defend himself.
Yeah, there's no hurry. It's like just overwhelming threats. So
But
no,
that's
so
why
I
maybe a5 would be good there. But okay.
100%. I think a5 still
Let's see
winning
queen
though.
e2. Wait, what?
Rook
Okay,
a6
no rook a6. Yeah, no rook a6.
because of queen h5.
Queen e8.
Rook f7.
Let's go queen e8 again.
Okay, but now, but even still rook f6. Even this is winning. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
rook a6.
Queen f.
Oh, you just keep maybe queen to the f file because you threaten rook f.
Yeah, queen to the f file.
How obvious is this? Oh no, because you get queen h5 mate. Okay, yeah. This
Too
I
many
believe you.
avenues, I think. Yeah.
Okay, but show me why king h6. How do you have more than a draw? Like instead of queen e8, why is that more than a draw?
Instead of
No,
queen
no.
e8. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Rook f1,
Yeah,
a5, queen e2, king h6.
yeah. Why?
Okay.
Because
First thing that comes
queen
to mind is like rook f. No.
rook f. Rook f4. Oh my gosh.
But it doesn't.
No, but what is
it
that?
doesn't really
Yeah, that
threaten
doesn't do
anything.
That it's such a funny move though.
Okay, wait. So there's queen f2, queen e1. It's so hard to actually figure out moves. In
This
such
ladder,
positions.
yeah. How do you make the ladder? So
Everything is annoyingly defended.
no,
by
queen
black.
e3, queen e3, queen f3.
Oh, the staircase.
But yeah,
but then
still,
rook
king
a6.
yes.
No. Okay,
No,
I keep
rook
forgetting.
a6,
No, queen h5. Yeah.
But king h6 back. What have I accomplished exactly?
Yeah, that's a good question. Rook h. No. Actually, no. Rook h3 can't be the move. I'm basically looking at every illegal move at this point. No, I think amazingly, maybe the queen on f3 is not that well placed. Wait, this position. Let me try rook f4. I think it's
Wait.
winning.
It's actually rook f4. No way.
Well,
What is even the threat?
I think the threat is queen e3.
No, okay, rook a6. Like queen e3, I go back. King h7.
Yeah, now unfortunately that is the ultimate party pooper. Wait, now there's mate in 7 apparently.
Rook fg4.
Rook f. Oh, that's sick.
Wait, takes,
and queen
takes,
g4,
king
just
h7.
unstoppable mate.
No, look, it's a puzzle rush. Yeah, king h7, queen f5, for example. King h8,
Yeah,
queen h5, and you
e5, e5. Beautiful. Oh, that is just sick. Wow. Yeah, you spotted that instantly. Queen h5, queen e5. Wait, I think rook f4. Yeah, I think it's winning.
This
And
is
of course,
unbelievable.
ef4, I'll just show everybody that here, although it looks like black gets a lot of stuff, remember that the rook on d8 is hanging, and here white is completely winning. So, and it's not, we didn't even get that far. Like this line, if I rewind for a second, like people might be wondering where we came from. I mean, we went pretty far.
Yeah, we were pretty far to be.
Yeah, they did pretty far, but like it's like still within the realm of the realistic. I think it all stems from this idea knight takes h7 that you came up with.
Yeah.
Just
okay.
sack rook lift.
Wait a sec. She still hasn't played e6. Okay.
Yeah, and she still hasn't moved. And at this point, she's down to 17 minutes. No, but Anna's just taking too long in this. She has to just trust her intuition here.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely, if you want any hopes of salvaging, you need time on your clock.
Also, the reason I was hesitant for a second after 95. Yeah, so other than 95, black probably has alternatives, but how on earth are you supposed to figure out what to do here? Maybe rook HA, I don't know. No, that's not the move. Who knows why?
I guess it's so queen g4. You always want to meet with like knight e5 or
Yeah, queen g4, knight e5. But even that looks, I'll be shaking in my
Yeah.
In my boots. I don't know if that's an expression, but
No, it definitely is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It feels like they're. Oh, the engine does show there's something. You're down a piece and it's
yeah,
showing
point
0.
point
So.
one. So it must mean that white has
Point 1.
some sort of nasty follow up. Maybe it's as like positional as no queen e2 again. There's 95, and she's made a move, and it is
Is it
e6,
E6? Okay,
and it is e6.
there's a start.
Big kudos to Anna. E6 is on the board. So now the big question is between f6, when we might see something like what we calculated, and f takes e6. I think Humpy's going to take. I think that's more in her style.
I agree. Yeah, that was my first
Simple.
instinct as well.
And then if Anna plays rook takes e6, this is the game that we're going to be pegged to. So
Yeah.
Humpy's probably going to take a little bit of time here to figure
Yeah,
this
speaking
out.
of which, have there been developments in the other game?
Yeah, there have been a few. Let's switch back to Maria against Tingji Lei. No, there have been developments, but none of them seem to be positive for Muzichuk. I mean, this just seems to be, at this point, like unshakably rock solid for Black.
Yeah, you just got this blockade on d6. All endgames basically harmless. Like you could argue d5 is also a weakness in some sense.
Yeah, I'd be worried about getting this endgame against like Kamsky or something with white.
You know who's really annoying in these types of positions is Lenier Dominguez, or Lenier Dominguez.
Yeah,
He can squeeze out the smallest of positions.
he's very underrated in that particular regard. Like people don't realize he's got the boa constrictor kind of style. Love Lenier Dominguez. But yeah,
I don't know.
Only
You keep
Black
queens
and press.
or
You have to, but where do you like? There's no good spot for White's queen.
yeah, like queen on. If you go to e4, d4, or c4, you can get attack.
Yep, either by the rook or by the bishop. The pawn on a4 is now a semi-liability for White, further restricting the queen's range of motion. Now, I'm not sure what the draw for rules for this tournament are. I'm assuming there's probably a 40-move draw rule in effect, which has become
Something like
totally.
that, yeah.
We have confirmed it is a move 40 draw rule, which means you may not offer a draw until move 40, but you may repeat moves. Like you can't ban 3-time repetition. So, is there a potential repetition here?
Yes, like queen e4, rook e8. You know, queen c4. Rook
oh
c8,
yeah,
and so
queen
on.
e4, rook c. Yeah, you're exactly right. Here.
I mean, it wouldn't shock me if that's how the game ended.
I don't see a single point for White to like pretend, to keep on playing, because I could see White losing control of this game and losing. Like you could envision that happening if White overpresses. So
Yeah, maybe okay. You can play a queen b3 there just to keep the game going. But I mean, it's like what next? Black has the c file. Your d
Black will
pawns.
play in h6.
Yeah.
Create some luft. And I mean, God forbid you allow like a6, b5, b4, and then
Right. Then we'd be talking about Black pressing.
And yeah, draw with White. Okay, I mean that leaves you with 2 games. The worst thing about that scenario is that a loss in game 3 just ends the match. But okay, I mean, at least you give yourself 2 more chances, and making up 1 point is just a matter of getting lucky once. So I don't think there's any reason for Maria Muzichuk to panic and burn all her bridges here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how I would approach it. She would get the next game with the black pieces, and the thing is, if you let's say Lei Ting completely locks it down, she draws that, and then you have to find something against the Petrov. Maybe I'd rather take my chances. Maybe I'd take my chance with Black play something, precarious.
I think she should do that. I definitely think she should try to make it up in the next game, especially because Tingji Lei is a solid player, but she's not the kind of player who is just, I think, going to play like a takeout opening. I think it's going to be a game. It was a game yesterday. I mean, it was a combative Slav, maybe some opening inaccuracies by Maria, but it was a double-edged position for sure. So more of the same would be not entirely. She wouldn't be entirely opposed to that. But here she continues to. Oh, and in the other game, Rook takes C6 has been played.
Yes, let's
Your
go.
line. Amazing stuff by Anna Muzichuk as we look at the bird's eye view. Incredible stuff. And Queen takes D7 played by Maria. So I think that basically relinquishes all winning chances.
And I have a feeling 95 is the only winning move here for black. If you don't play 95, white is right back in this game.
100%. Especially if you take on E6. That material is just equal then.
Yeah, and let's not forget that after GF5, white is the one who would be, I think, close to winning. So Humpy herself should be careful. Like, she's up in the match. Maybe she wants to simplify things, but it's far from simple.
Yeah, and the most important thing is Anna gave herself a chance to like get lucky, you could argue, but
yeah,
that's not luck. This is an example of manufacturing your own luck. If Humpy doesn't find 95, yeah, you will say Anna was fortunate, but this is all about creating a situation where your opponent actually is challenged in a serious way. 95 is a really difficult move. Like, once you are aware that it's the best move, it makes a lot of logical sense because white's pieces are all hanging and there's no rush to take them. But, you know, to sort through the weeds and to realize that such a zen move is the only winning move is a very difficult task.
Yeah, if she plays 95, she deserves this game, I would say.
100%. Yeah, if she plays 95, then the result will not really be in question. But she could also get tempted by the possibility of just taking the rook and
right,
especially if she was scared earlier.
Yeah, this is what I thought was best actually. Like, I don't think I saw 95.
Mm-hmm. Is black better at all after? Actually, let's just go into that game.
Sure.
Because now that we have more clarity.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting this. Yeah, bishop e6, 96. Let's say queen f7. Take on d8, rook d8, 93. Okay, I think black is still definitely for choice. You can go maybe bishop h6, 95. Both look.
Oh yeah, and maybe d4 at some point. Okay, agreed that black is for choice. Now that I look at this soberly, this bishop on d3 is not, the greatest piece.
Yeah, the sun has shined on,
yeah,
on other things.
yeah. This is not the most amazing piece.
I think Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, this could be appealing to Humpy from a no risk perspective.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. Yeah.
And this would still be a very difficult defensive task for Anna, who has 17 minutes on her clock for like over 20 moves. That is just flat out acute time pressure.
Yeah, and I don't know what she was thinking about. Maybe it took her a while to spot rook takes e6, but like for me, just based on process of elimination alone, you gotta try and muddy the water somehow.
Yep. So just to reiterate for those who might be just joining us or want a refresher on why you can't just take the knight. Well, after bishop takes f5, black's king is really exposed. And if you continue grabbing stuff, after bishop takes e6, we establish that white is already winning because the king is just too exposed in the face of these minor pieces and in the face of the queen, which is coming into the attack via h5 or g4. Wait, if black goes king g7, what is the move here?
I thought it was queen h5.
Uh-huh. No, but now...
Oh, but it's not. Okay. h6, knight f7.
King f6. No.
King f6, maybe I hunt you down on the e file, but there is queen f4, which I missed.
Oh, it's that annoying move again. Yeah, shutting you down from the back. No, you're absolutely right. That's the move.
How do I do this then?
Okay, so queen g4 there is 95.
Yeah,
Maybe then. No. Then queen h5, h6. It's +6. And white is down
that's
a full rook
crazy.
with no obvious ways to create any unstoppable threats.
I
Queen
don't get it.
d3?
Queen d3.
I think
Aha!
that
Queen
might be it.
d3. Yes. You attack diagonally.
Yeah, often a very effective way to like circumvent these defensive ideas. The diagonal attack. And again, if king h8, then obviously. Actually, not obviously.
Oh, bishop.
Anything.
You put the
Bishop
bishop.
f7. Bishop f7. Whoa. Interference. And now h7 is undefensible. Indefensible is the word. Yeah, beautiful. And otherwise, I think black just gets massacred on the king side.
Yeah, the moment I see some like a beautiful line from Humpy's perspective, I just throw away like any GF5 for my consideration.
Oh yeah, no, there's just no way. There's no way she's going for this. I was calculating king f6 here briefly, but there's nothing to calculate because
Yeah,
even rook e1 is just
the
completely.
rook gets involved.
Yeah, nobody cares that black has 2 rooks and white has 1. So really, I think that the choice is between bishop takes e6 and knight e5. And like, will she be able to play the Zen move like knight e5?
Queen f4, knight h3, I guess, is also a possibility, like repeating moves. Really, one of the funniest repetitions I've ever seen.
Could we actually see a draw with queen f4? Do you think that's even remotely realistic?
I mean, as Humpy, that would be so risk averse because I would think you're not really risking after bishop e6 and queen f7, so it's doubtful.
Yeah, that's true. And you can essentially put this match away with a win. You're up on time.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense to, as you said, avoid all risk.
By the way, after queen f4, can I go h4? Like, why should I play knight h3?
Yeah, why should white go for the draw?
Is this playable?
I think it's more than playable. Because again, well, okay, gf there's queen h5.
That would just be mate? Probably.
Yep. Yeah, that looks horrendous. And black is kind of at a dead end with his queen looking like it's sitting pretty, but not actually doing all that much. Maybe it's time for bishop takes e6 here again.
Yeah, it might be.
And then just like queen e5. But it's clear that the worst is behind white in this particular situation.
Yeah, so critical moment here. I think it's fairly likely we're going to see a time scramble of this game based on the clocks and the move number.
Yeah, I could see Canero spending like 20 minutes on one of
Yeah,
these moves.
it's so critical.
I mean, she already is spending a significant chunk of time. I'm going to call that she's going to play 95.
Wow.
I'm going to predict that she finds it. I feel like given her time expenditure, if she wanted to play bishop takes e6, she might have done that already. So she knows that she knows to look for these like slower moves. And once you start looking for them, knight e5 does come to mind as a way to just solidify all of the key squares in the center. So, but I'm also doing a lot of speculation here about what she might be thinking. It's that body language thing again.
So just a quick note about the other game. They have gone for an endgame.
Yep. Let's see. Let's bring up that game. Okay, they've gone for an endgame, and it seems like it's hurtling at a furious pace toward a draw.
Yeah, I really like this move, f5. Not a good idea for white to grab that pawn after rook f7. You have 4 pawn islands actually, which is usually one too many.
Yeah, four too many. Yeah.
So
no,
yeah, I think
bad.
I probably slightly prefer black, but it should I mean, let's say a move like king g2 should just be complete equality.
Let's say king f7.
King f3.
Yeah.
Well, rook c7. Maybe black should take the c file. Why not?
And what do you make of this? Bishop endgame is
Yeah,
probably
I was
already
wondering.
flat out bad for white after it takes an a6, b5.
Yeah, I mean, you get the outside passer. It's probably still a draw, but only black has chances.
And this is the worst feeling because you know you're not.
Oh wait, maybe no. This
why
is
is it giving
imprecise
a big
because
advantage?
no, gf5 is now playable.
Oh, and you can't approach the pawn. Okay, sorry, because king f6, bishop b2 check.
Yeah, so maybe you just deal with that first take and but taking a6 allows king.
Well, maybe g6, but then you can try to play bishop e3 and prevent the passer.
Right.
Still, though, I mean,
well,
black can just sit around and wait, like bishop e5.
Yeah, as I think a famous Chinese grandmaster said, chess is draw.
Yeah, exactly. No, this definitely is draw. But yeah, for Maria, it's important not to like assume that she has a draw in her pocket, because Ding Junlei clearly is not. With this move f5, she's not just gonna like give her opponent a pity draw if Maria overpresses here.
Oh yeah, Lei is the kind of player that I feel like she always grabs her chances. You don't. I remember in the Grand Swiss, she was leading by a huge margin, and she could basically coast with draws. But there was a game she was black against Kosteniuk. She got something in the opening, and she just cashed it right in.
I always admire players like that who, I mean, I think every player should have the capacity to amend their strategy based on their tournament standing. But these players should just kind of play the same way against everybody, regardless of the situation. I think are, I'm always super respectful of them, and I'm not really able to do that. I can't get the desired result out of my mind very often.
I mean, yeah, just to compare my own experience with this sort of thing. If let's say I need a draw for a GM norm, it doesn't matter the position. If you offer me a draw, I couldn't shake your hand faster.
100%, like literally 1,000%. Yeah, if it norms, like I could be plus 17 and I would take the draw. Like, because it's like a once in a lifetime thing.
Yeah, I guess you'll also shake with both hands.
Oh yeah, just make. You're out. I'm sure you're offering me a draw. I remember. Well, I've shared. I'm not gonna tell the story in its entirety because I've shared it so many times about like my third GM norm. But like when the guy finally offered me a draw, I don't think I have ever like. I wanted to like leap over the table and just grab his hand in my entire body and just just like, please let this not be a prank. Witnesses, like, can you confirm that he offered a draw? So yeah, I was impressed.
Which tournament was that?
It was Benask, and I was playing Stein Grimson.
From Iceland, yeah.
Yeah, Head and Stein Grimson.
And how old were you?
I was 17, so pretty old. Pretty old to be getting the GM title. But what's interesting is I crossed 2,500 in the same tournament that I got my third GM norm. You know, the way that one is supposed to, not, I played 7 hybrid tournaments and I was 25, 30 NM. Not going to name any names.
But also, I've heard of like the famous case where I think you're like at either 24.99 rating or you missed the norm, you were 25.99. I was lucky. I don't think I really ever had something like that.
Oh, that must be so tilting. I mean, I really struggled with IM norms. I was 24.03 FIDE and I had no norms. So then I finally started getting norms.
Wait, why was that?
I was just playing in the US. I just wasn't.
Oh, no foreigners, you mean? Or
yeah, so part of it, there was one tournament I played in the Czech Republic where I had a 24.47 performance, I think. And the incredibly embarrassing thing about this, I've never actually shared this. So in the last round, I was like 95% sure that I needed to win with black
Mm-hmm.
against like a 24-50, but I had a really good tournament. I'd gained like 40 points, and he offers me a draw. I'm playing like a 24-50 IM. He plays bishop b5 check in the Sicilian and offers me a draw. And I'm like, man, I know that I have to play for Norm, but if I take a draw, I gain like 40 points, and I can go like, that good mood. You can already know you're going to be in a good mood afterward.
Yeah.
So I could not resist it. Like I couldn't resist it, and then I still had to do the performance of like walking up to the arbiter and confirming that I didn't get a Norm. But I knew my performance was going to be like 24, 40, 48 or something.
I know that feeling of like being complacent at the end of a really tough tournament and just being like, okay, I deserve this quick draw just to enjoy my whatever success, maybe albeit small, but just to relax.
Yeah, I realized I kind of went into the habit of doing that. I played in Reykjavik, Iceland in 2015, not the Fischer Random World Championship, unfortunately, but I played Eric Hansen. I was black, and it was the same thing. Like if I draw, then I gain like 7 points. I reach a new peak. So he offers, I'm like better, but it's like that pull of not losing the last round and knowing you had a successful result is so hard to resist.
Yeah, I mean, the feeling of losing the last round just leaves such a bitter taste in your mouth.
It's honestly something everybody can relate to, and it's probably the worst feeling. The flight home and just like not being able to enjoy anything on the last round because that's all you can think about is how the tournament was basically ruined. I hate last rounds. I honestly feel like that's the low light of the tournament for me. It's like
I feel you.
They're just yeah.
Oh, Maria took on f5. So what does she have planned on rook f7?
I don't love that move. I don't love that move.
I don't think there's any counterplay like on the c file or something.
Yeah, it's just more pawn islands. Okay, maybe she wants to bail out like rook f7 or rook a1.
Rook a1. Just force it off. Just force everything off the board.
Yeah, clean house. A B bishop takes b6. Yeah, I think
that might be the idea
for for 10-15 minutes. White is 2 pawn islands, so I mean.
Oh wait, I see another idea actually. So, what if I go rook f7, king g2? Oh wait, no, this doesn't work. I was gonna say rook f5. Oh, maybe no, it's possible. Rook f5, f4. So, I want to bring my king to e4, make a b line there.
Oh, you're creating a little umbrella for yourself. And I'll just show
you. I think you could take though. Yeah, you can take because I just get the pawn to d7, but maybe.
But not to d8. Maybe...
Yeah, this might be bad for me.
I think it's interesting. Yeah, I think d7 is the mistake. But here, White can probably still draw with. Okay, I mean even a5 is a draw. Just get the 2-on-1.
Right. Yeah. Worst case.
Yeah, you got the 2-on-1 and.
But I mean, no. I'd rather go your version than play a 2-on-1.
Yeah, fair. Although this 2-on-1 I think is pretty straightforward. With
you should be able to draw it with your eyes closed. Like if you're imagine being in a Russian school and you didn't hold 2 versus 1. What would the punishment be?
Well, you'd only have one hand by the end of the day, so you'd have like 3 fingers. Yeah, that I remember my early coach Armin Ambartsumi. He was Armenian, but like obviously still like very Soviet school. He would always say like, "You have no right to lose this game." Like I was in a chess camp, and he was right. You have no right to lose this game, or you have no right to lose to this player.
Like you broke the law. You broke the law by losing.
It's like the most like Soviet way of putting things ever.
Yes.
You have no right to lose. Yeah, well, Maria has no right to lose this game either. I think after rook f7, we're going to see a very quick bailout, and this game should be over within probably about 10 minutes. If they indeed go for this rook a1 sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Is Tingjuli considering anything other than rook f7?
I guess you could. there's probably nothing wrong with just playing it slow. Like you could go rook c7 or king f7 maybe.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. White's pawn structure is not exactly all that imposing on the king side.
Yeah,
So
not the best I ever saw.
yeah,
Um,
I think you lay deep in thought here.
well,
Ooh,
she has
and
time. She has time to
okay,
look it up.
Humpy
Yep.
has made a move that we have not anticipated. It is a
Oh,
knight move.
97.
Let's
Very
go
close.
right back to that game.
Wait, but this also makes a lot of sense.
It does, but apparently it's a mistake. And we're gonna get
It's a big
some
it's a big
very
mistake.
exciting action here.
But why is it a mistake?
Huh. Well, let's figure it out. So 97. First of all, what is the idea? The idea is that if you have a trade on e7, what Humpy's saying is, okay, well, the knight on g5 is hanging, and so is the rook. And if you move one thing, then I take the other. So this passes the test, I think. This passes the smell test, but I think White probably has some resource here.
Yeah, but I don't see it right off.
Yeah, it's maybe something insane. God, it's so hard to make a move here with White.
I assume you have to move the knight somewhere, because on process of elimination.
Like just knight g3.
Yeah, something like this. But feels like
Was that not good enough? Wait, here
there
even
might
maybe
be
h6.
yeah, just like attack the knight on g5. Yeah,
No.
maybe h6 is a bit risky, but bishop h6
Bishop
or queen
h6?
f4, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so just the key is to keep the integrity of this structure so that there's like less of a chance for knights. Yeah, bishop h6 is just a better version of it.
Mm-hmm. So what is it then?
Oh my goodness, what a trippy position.
Wait, queen f3? No, that doesn't. No, that's not.
Yeah, knight takes f5, I guess, is the actual threat.
Yeah, because the queen will be uncovered and just protect your king that way.
I had a ridiculous idea, but no, it's not. It's even worse. What is the move?
Man, I wish it was Bughouse here.
Yeah, you just put pawn f7 resigns. This
Okay,
actually
wait,
would
so
be a nice bughouse position.
yeah, if I assume I don't have many moves. I should be able to just throw something out and hope it sticks.
Yeah, but I keep coming back to the same moves that keep not working. I keep forgetting why. Like knight takes h7, bishop takes c6.
Wait, I have a bizarro concept. So what if I go knight h4 so that I can meet bishop h6 with knight hf3?
Oh my god, that's an amazing move.
I mean, it's ridiculous, but
That's the move. Bishop h6, knight hf3. Knight defends the knight, knight defends the rook. The rook defends the... No. Rook doesn't defend anything, but that's got to be it. Wow, and you have to find knight h4, because just to show everybody, that's a brilliant... Well, that is why only one of us is 2700. Knight g3, bishop h6. Loses because you can't protect the knight in such a way that also keeps the rook, keeps this mechanism alive. So the logic is crystal clear with the move knight h4. And queen f4 is still knight f3. So what if I go queen f4? So you still, I assume, go knight hf3.
yes.
And now I go h6.
Yeah, but at worst case I have knight h3 if not.
Yeah.
Maybe there's even better, I don't know.
Yeah, there's probably some sort of like, I don't know.
G3, queen c7. Oh, and you just start
G6?
sacking? Oh my god.
Yeah, g3, queen c7, bishop takes g6.
No, but there's no way that works, right? HG, knight g5.
Knight g5?
Or does it?
I think it does.
Bishop e6?
Oh my god, is there like bishop f7 check? Then the king might be escapes to e8.
Wait a minute. This start now
We're getting
we're getting into
again.
Yeah, we're getting into beauty prize mode now.
Yeah, we're into that
Uh,
territory where the king is like dangerously close to being mated. Um, I think a check on either h7 or f7 makes sense.
yeah, I'm looking at bishop h7 because the idea is king h8. Okay, I guess it's not right, but king h8, knight
Bishop
g5.
f7.
It is? Or yeah,
No.
knight g5. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Bishop e6, queen h5.
Yep.
And I thought, am I hunting you down? Or
Guess black is somehow surviving here.
maybe like knight g8,
Woo.
cover with the knight.
Oh. And then knight comes around to h6. Insane.
But I mean, bishop
So-
g8 and queen g6, yeah, still far from clear, but
Oh yeah, totally. And you can worst comes to you have the 3 kingside pawns, so sometimes you can play knight e6, knight d8, and the game goes on.
mm-hmm.
Although that's not.
Wow,
that's
this
not
is
ideal.
wild though. Wait, but is it bishop h7? I'm not sure.
Well, let's test bishop f7. I think
King
it is
takes?
bishop f7.
How does this work?
Wait. Okay, knight g5.
King e8.
Okay. Now just a second. So queen h5. My first inclination is just to play it slow. Queen h5 and rook a e1. And oh my god! I'm threatening rook takes e7 and rook takes e7 and queen f7, queen f6, queen e6.
Oh my. Okay, yeah. So just make a random move to illustrate it.
Yeah, let's move a6. Our friend. Double rook stack on e7. And by the way,
She
knight
found it.
Found it. Whoa!
Bravo, Anna. Bravo.
Amazing. Yeah, so this is checkmate. Oh my gosh. We actually might see something of this sort in this game. Knight h4 on the board. Just amazing. Amazing resilience by Anna. And now Humpy is getting low on the clock.
But 11 minutes for 21 moves. That's like that's basically that's a typical
you're-
Grishik.
Yeah, you're in Grishik territory here for sure. I think Humpy's in the territory where she should start seriously thinking about just playing bishop takes c6 and kind of bailing out. I think she might just get tired of this. So you know what? I'm enough shenanigans. I'm just gonna go for a risk-free position. But at that point, it's already equal. Like white's not worse anymore.
No, because the knight on f3 is very well placed.
Exactly. God, knight h4 is amazing.
It's such a weird cold shower because it feels like it meets the description of cold shower, which is you were losing, and then all of a sudden, you were winning rather, and you allowed this move, and your opponent's all of a sudden back in the game. But like, it's such a weird type of cold shower moment.
Yeah, knight f5 to h4. The only reason the black, that we aren't going to see a 0 next to Anna's name anytime soon on the score sheet. Although now I'm probably going to jinx her.
So
but yeah, knight h4, incredible.
yeah, essentially you can never really play h6. I mean, it just seems suicidal. The queen f4 line feels the most critical, like queen f4, knight f3, but
Queen f4 is a very hard move to resist. But
yeah, I mean, that line that we went down, it's seems like black's the one who... Oh wait, but sorry, we got interrupted because we played that move a6, but let's say black doesn't play a6. I just want to look at that position.
Wait, how do we get there?
It was h6 g3.
Oh, h6 g3, that's right. So here.
Queen
Not
c7
unlikely,
take.
by the way, that this happens at bishop g6. There we go.
Yeah. hg.
Takes bishop
Yep.
f7.
Yes.
King e8, queen h5, king d7, rook e1.
Okay, let me see if I can find a move. So I can't move my knight on account of queen f7. What I really need to do is run away, but my queen doesn't really have anywhere to go. Like, okay, let me just play queen a5, just see how you kill me.
I think here. Okay, wait. Rook e7 takes. There. Okay, I understand. You run away if I double sack on e7.
But how do I run
Okay.
away? Like, you go queen
Well-
f7.
King d6.
What do you mean king d6? Queen f7?
Oh, okay. Immediately. Sorry, I thought you meant after
Yeah.
the double sack. Yeah. Queen f7 here is
Because my point is,
what I want.
if you go king
Uh-huh.
c7, you're not going anywhere. I have queen f4.
Oh. And then it's just mate with queen d6. And if
Yeah.
you go rook e8, I think there's knight h7.
Oh, knight h7 is a dagger. Oh my
This one's
goodness.
this is a Luka Doncic 3 with 20 seconds remaining.
Oh
This is just
man. Wow, this is beautiful, this bishop f7. So is it just winning for
so
white,
many
or-
nice ideas. Yeah, I think this position's just over. And it's like 2 pieces up, but you don't feel it at all.
Right,
It's like
yeah.
there might as well be 6 pieces up. Like it just you can keep adding minor pieces on the queen side. But queen f4 is a really important detail, and that's a super easy move to miss. Queen f7 to f4 in the event of king c7. Wow. What the heck? This is like bishop
Yeah,
f7 is just next level tactics.
Yeah, it should. Wait, I need to save this example. Maybe I'll publish some sort of tactical book, and this will be included.
Honestly, like when you think about it, like how much cool material could be produced for a book like that, and isn't like this game, let's be totally real, it's probably going to get like some perfunctory coverage, on a chess-based article or something, but you could like write an entire article based off the ideas in this game alone.
Oh my God, you're
Like
absolutely right. We've had at least 5 like beautiful lines
I mean,
featured.
so many sacks, and really for both sides, because you could argue there's a beauty to like Black's defensive approaches as well. A knight
Oh, yeah.
e5 is a really cool defensive
Absolutely.
move too. So it wouldn't just be one side partying hard and the other side in the library studying. Both sides are enjoying themselves here. But knight e7 was played. Knight f5 to h4 is an only move, and currently Humpy is pondering her next course of action. 18 minutes now for the black side. We're going to see a mega time scramble here. This is only move 19.
Oh man, I'm so pumped for what's about to come.
I know. Like, I just want the next 10 minutes to pass really quickly so that we can get let's just get on with the bullet game already.
But this is like night and day, this round. Like you look at this, it's fireworks. Now we go to the we check out
Yeah, we go to the other
game. Everyone's about to take a nap over there.
Yeah, we're like, walking the garden and, smell it, there's among the flowers and everybody's happy. No, this game is and this game's about to end, I think. Okay, so she didn't play rook a1. She played rook c1
Mm-hmm.
and rook c8 check. So is this also the road to some sort of repetition?
So king f7, she wants rook a8.
Okay, so rook f8, I guess?
Yeah, that's why rook f8. The bishop endgame still, yeah, that's not what white
I
wants.
think this, again, we're going to see something like this.
Yeah, like bishop f8. Yeah.
Yep. No.
Oh, wait, no, this allows a6. I need to be a bit more precise.
Oh, I know. I guess black should take here first.
Yeah, I mean, this is dead. Okay, hold. She played something. Let's see. Oh, it's
Rook
just rook
f8
f8.
played.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is okay. This move 34, so you still can't offer a draw, but okay. Once a5 is played, we know that the result will not be in question. Yeah, don't play rook takes f8. That's the one thing. There, white runs the risk of losing. Yeah, rook c6 played. And, of course, rook f6 would be probably inaccurate here. So, yeah, rook d8 and just a couple more moves left in this game, I'm pretty sure. So the other game is really going to be the prize winner of today. Wow, interesting rounds. Actually, interesting 2 rounds. I'm pretty happy with the overall entertainment value of the games thus far. What do you think?
Totally. Could not agree more.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy sequence in the Canero game, and they're entering this weird phase where the next couple of minutes are deceptively calm, and then we're going to get into massive time scramble phase. And I think this is probably a good time for us to take one more break, really, before we before we enter the time scramble in Canero Muzichuk. So we hope you're enjoying the ride, folks. We hope your seatbelts are fastened because we're going to have a fascinating time scramble ahead of us here at the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament in Monte Carlo. We will be back with the conclusion of Muzichuk Tingjile and what will certainly be a barn burner of a time scramble in Canero Muzichuk on the other side of this short break. We'll see you in a bit.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dock, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. We are watching two matches taking place in the lovely city of Monte Carlo, with the Muzichuk sisters taking on Humpy Canero and Chinese Grandmaster Tingji Lei. And a look at the playing hall there, with plenty of snacks over in the back. Jeffrey, it's hard to beat the St. Louis tournaments, which have, you know, like a equivalent of a 5-star restaurant in the pantry, but conditions for this tournament look pretty darn good as well.
Yeah, I like the refreshment set in the back. I wanted to ask you, do you have a personal snack of choice during game time, if any?
I mean, I like granola bars, chocolate, trail mix, dry stuff. I try not to, like, same way I am on an airplane, I try not to bring any stuff that smells. So, like, but the St. Louis has, like, a sushi and... I mean, it's just like, what the hell? Like, what can you not find? Little burger, like those little, like, sliders.
Yeah, I remember Nepa was joking. So recently, the St. Louis Chess Club actually did renovation, and we moved to this Sub-Zero location. Like, there used to be a restaurant called
Yeah,
Sub-Zero.
there used to be the vodka bar. I've eaten there, yeah.
Right, that served sushi and maybe burgers. And he was joking, like, you can make a to-go order to the board.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's crazy. It's honestly crazy what is available there. And all sorts of drinks, like coffee, tea, you know, soda, and everything. That's like the only time I'll permit myself a soda is like, you know, if I have a bad position and I need to pick me up. I'm like, all right, time to roll out the Mountain Dew.
Oh, yes.
Just so I have something to suffer for. But yeah, Monte Carlo, definitely a place that I want to visit at some point.
Oh yeah, I guess did you you might have spoke about it already, but have you been to Monte Carlo?
Never been to Monaco. No, never been to Monte Carlo. The closest I've been to France, I want to say like 5 or 6 times. And I've been to Corsica, which is
that's a nice tournament.
Technically part of France. Amazing tour. I mean, and what was amazing about that tournament, it was 2015, but there was no internet in, like, I got like a little villa. It was like a rural hotel. So it was literally like in the wilderness. And I think I read like 4 books during the tournament, which was totally unprecedented for me even then. So I would go to the lobby to prep for 10 minutes. Then I'd be like, yeah, whatever. Time to go back and read. It was awesome. It was an awesome tournament.
Nice. Yeah, I love I think Corsica, it's an island, right? So
yes.
Okay, that's just paradise.
Although, oh my God, the turbulence on the flight was just, I mean, it was just like one of those small planes. I don't like flying in general, and it was just like, we were like, the plane was like on its side when we were landing in Corsica. So I remember that was terrifying, but the tournament was great. And after that, there was a Blitz tournament. And the Blitz tournament was in this like medieval town 2 hours into the island. So we got transported in a bus. It was like MVL, tons of players. And I got to stay at the mayor's house in this tournament, which was like a surreal experience. And they like roasted a pig the first night because the Blitz tournament is a big occasion. All of the village comes out. It was like something out of like a Alexander Dumas novel. I mean, it was great.
Yeah, how far is Corsica from, let's say, Paris?
I think it's I want to say like 1.5-hour flight or so, 2-hour flight maybe. But I'm spitballing. I don't remember exactly. That's how I flew. I flew from Paris, and then I almost overslept my flight, my Paris San Francisco flight on the way back. That was fun.
Sure it was. And okay, looks like everything's coming off the board in this this game.
Yeah, this is move 39, so we might, let's see if we see a draw before we see a repetition. Rook b7, rook a5, okay, rook a6, rook c4. However you want to do it. Just don't go b5 here. It's never too late to mess up.
Indeed, that would extend your stay. But
yes, it would.
I'm trying to I think Maria needs to stay positive here. Like, just tip your cap. Lei, she came so well prepared. She was rock solid, but you still have 2 more chances.
Yeah, 2 more chances, and obviously tomorrow she has to mitigate her like she has to choose a middle course where you don't just get a lost position out of the opening, because a loss means that the 4th game isn't even played. It's first to 2.5. But I also wouldn't recommend like a Queen's Gambit Accepted, or something that not crapping on the Queen's Gambit Accepted. I know some of us here are fans, but maybe a King's Indian. Maybe something that's been refuted should be tried instead.
I'm not sure if that's in Maria's arsenal, but if it is, why
I
not?
think it is. Yeah, the King's Indian is like, I don't know what to compare it to. In my case, it's like ill-fitting clothes that we don't have any other clothes, so it's better to wear that than nothing at all. But I feel like the King's Indian is starting to maybe not take its final breaths, but its breathing is labored. Its breathing is labored. Okay, Tingjulei is taking her sweet time to play the move Rook C4. Is she calculating Rook A5?
Yeah, I think so, but I mean, there's really no need
Why?
for that. White's king is first. Yeah, first to the middle.
Could she be also worried about like Rook C4? Okay, no, never mind. I'm not even going to talk about that.
Yeah.
Let's just wait for
Yeah,
this game to end in a draw.
Well, I was about to say I'm fairly sure that she just wants to make sure. Were there developments in the other game?
Yeah, we should go to the other game because Rook C4 has just been played. We will bring you the handshake when it comes. It's just impossible to predict the moment, but staying on this game makes no sense when we have, an amazing battle. Oh my god, and that battle has just become more amazing! Bishop takes G6 is on the board with 2 minutes left! And there's a handshake. There's a handshake in Maria Muzichuk Tingjulei. They have agreed to draw. Very unexpected result, given that endgame.
Stunning.
But all eyes, as we watch the score sheets being signed, all eyes on the Anna Muzichuk Humpy Canero game. Because with 2 minutes left, she has sacked a bishop on G6. Let's deconstruct what's happening Humpy Canero with 10 minutes. Oh my lands. Okay, what is happening here?
My initial impression is that it looks very promising because I think you have to take on G6. I'll take knight G6.
Mm-hmm.
And although actually wait, then you take on E6. Hold on.
So you take on E6. Okay, Queen H4 doesn't work. Knight E6.
Queen D6, you don't have to take material. You can go Queen G4. I think this is important.
Is there a draw after knight takes G6?
Yeah,
I guess this is a draw.
Probably.
Takes here, bang, 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 Queen G6, draw. This is actually not an unlikely finish to the game, I think, especially if they get into a time scramble of some sort. Although, can you try? No, you can't try.
Yeah, I want to see if I can really go for it here.
Squeeze.
Let's say I take material, Queen D6. Oh wait, I have Knight GF8 and Queen G4
Oh,
too.
and Queen G4. Queen G4. But
wait a
second. At the end of the story.
Rookie what?
Oh god, this is terrifying for black. Rook G8.
Queen H5.
Rook G6.
But I have to have something there, right?
There's that. I mean, you have a draw in your pocket. Queen H7, Queen H4.
Maybe not. Yeah.
So you have that in your pocket. Can you play something like F4?
F4?
If Queen E6 takes an F5.
Because black, yeah, there's no... Okay, I guess you have King F6 still, maybe. Get out of the pin.
Oh! Yeah, and then I have to start repeating with Queen H4. Okay, the eval bar obviously doesn't like F4, but I mean,
yeah, I guess
try finding something
else.
with 8 minutes.
Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, wait, but 2 minutes for...
Rook H8.
For white.
Oh, yeah.
Rook H8 here. Nice, nice.
Yeah, I think it is Rook H8. Knight G5 King G8. So 2 minutes for Anna is deeply concerning, but the positive here is that her next move, maybe even her next 2 or 3 moves, are very likely to be forced. So she could build up maybe even like a minute and a half up to her clock. Now
Yeah,
Humpy
this
is
is
hurdling down. She's down to 8 minutes. This is a flat out blitz game. H takes G6 played, and Knight takes G6 as expected. I'm
what
gonna
my
call.
Yeah, go.
I'm gonna call a repetition. I think we're gonna get that Queen G4 line. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard to play for a win when you have 2 minutes. That leaves you no time to calculate. You know that you were probably either losing or close to losing earlier in the game, so it makes sense. I was gonna say my coach told me that usually in chess, the person who makes the last mistake will lose. So I was gonna say something similar, like I feel a blunder might be in the cards here, and whoever can avoid it will be victorious.
I think Tartakower has this quip. Yeah, the person who makes the second to last mistake wins. Yeah.
So, this one. Okay, yeah.
The person who he's full of these like these little quips. But yeah, I agree completely. It looks, this is a very blunderable position.
Wait, but now I'm thinking about. Yeah, sorry, go.
No, I was just saying I mean, it's just easy to lose your mind here with 7 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you could really just panic. It looks so scary with the queen coming in. But back to that Tartakower quote you mentioned, isn't it possible that somebody makes like the last 5 mistakes? How would making the next to last mistake help you in that case?
Well, I guess the logic is you make the second to last mistake, and the implied thing is that your opponent makes the last mistake. So it's like an extension of the quote.
Okay.
The person who makes the last mistake. I don't think it's like, that exciting of a.
Yeah, it's not exactly
it's not like
something
snappy,
groundbreaking.
super snappy quote. Like I like those super snappy quotes. Like better be silent. Better stay silent and be thought a fool than speak and remove all doubt. Like those types.
Oh wow, that's a deep one. But yeah, in this position, I think you have to start taking stuff off, right? You have to take on e6 here.
You do, and you have to not fear, not assume that Queen G4 is just checkmate. And I hate that feeling when your time is ticking down and you feel this like blood boiling sensation. You still don't know what to do, and you're just sort of watching your clock tick down morbidly. And in a weird way, it's actually hard to focus on the position because you're so transfixed by your clock ticking down.
Right. Sometimes, it's just too distracting. She's maybe considering knight takes g6, or g6, bishop g7.
Queen h5. Say your prayers.
Your entire pawn shield is gone.
Yeah, queen h7, rook f6 there is a big threat because that queen on c7 is dangling around and it's undefended.
Oh yeah. Wait, maybe can I go like queen e7 in that position? I also stop rook e1.
So let's see.
I'm sure it's losing, but
yeah, but it's
how
not easy. Queen e7
yeah,
is a
bishop.
Nice move.
Wait. Bishop f5 is a threat.
Okay, let me go. Can I go king f1?
Yeah, bishop f5.
No, wrong move order apparently.
Yeah, because I have bishop d3 too.
Sorry. Oh, bishop d3 is painful. Oh man, wait. Okay, then I take back king f1. What's the win here? It's like +4,
Wait,
but
this isn't trivial at all. What am I missing?
Yeah, I'm also missing something. Like if you could prepare rook e1, I don't see how. Is there? No way. No. Bishop. Okay, bishop takes c6 has been played.
Okay. Yeah, it's impossible to go for this.
Okay.
Yeah,
the move is g4. Verbal axis. Stopping bishop f5. It's
and maybe
always that.
Yeah, your idea might be king f1 next then.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a second order threat to play king g1 to f1. Ridiculous. Okay, but let's switch back to the game because bishop takes c6 has been played. Anna Muzichuk with 2 minutes, and we think that a draw is not unlikely. Should she play queen g4 after knight takes c6?
Yeah, and I think, is she still thinking? I don't see another move besides knight e6.
There's no way this game reaches move 40, right? There's just none. There's no way they make 19 more moves. There's zero chance. Wait up. After knight takes e6, how does black avoid the knight f8, queen g4 line we were looking at?
I don't think
where
we
should
can.
the queen go?
I thought d6 was the most logical square.
Oh, crap. But then white can still go knight gf8.
Yeah, but I don't think black is better anymore.
Yeah.
Right? I think maybe draw is the correct result.
So it's white who has the power to make the decision between queen g4 and knight g takes f8. I think Anna's going to go knight gf8 and go for the adventurous.
Wait, but the live
she
position
thinking about?
is here. Yeah, she's thinking about queen h5, but
no, a knight. Really,
well,
Riley?
wait, queen h5 might be a forced draw. Hold on.
Knight g6, queen g6. Oh, it is. Bishop g7, queen e6, and queen h3. Wait, no, that wins. Holy smokes, that's a ridiculous line.
How does that win?
No, of course, black has to play queen g7 after queen g7. If black plays bishop g7,
oh,
it's
yeah.
So let me just show this really quickly. Yeah, bishop g7 just loses to queen h7 and knight takes c6. But the problem is queen g7 is a perpet. Bang, bang, bang. And you can't cover because of the fork. And white has no choice because she's down a rook.
Yeah,
okay,
so she could force a draw.
Big moment of truth. 20 seconds.
Oh my god. Wait, can we get a close-up? Let's get a close-up maybe.
Oh my god. Anna, make a move. There it is. We're seeing her on camera. She's ready to make a move with 8 seconds. Time is ticking down. 5 seconds and queen h5 played. And we are going to see a draw. A bit anticlimactic, but can you really blame her with 5 seconds left to make a move?
No, absolutely not. Because, I mean, from her perspective, knight takes e6 could have easily led to a worse position. And if you calculate that you're probably not winning in any lines, there's really no point to go down the beaten path.
And, I mean, you could take a positive look at this game if you're Anna. I mean, she played bishop g5, and that was a terrible move. But the way that she reacted to that is incredibly admirable. She hunkered down. She took a long time. But she figured out really the only practical chance to play e6, rook takes e6, which you called, and then knight f5 to h4 is really the highlight of the game for her. Incredible only defensive move, and
that was
keeps chances
so
alive.
Clutch.
Yeah. Okay, and Humpy, without further delay, is going to play knight takes g6.
And here I think
takes g6.
You can go king h8 too, which would most likely force queen h5.
Yeah. Actually, it's maybe even... Yeah, either option is good. Because king h8, knight takes c6 is out of the question.
I would presume, maybe queen e5. Oh, but yeah, queen e5 should be okay. Knight g5, rook d7.
Yep. Yeah, it hurts the fact that black has a 4-on-3 on the queen side. Otherwise, I would probably consider it. But there's just not enough pawns for the piece.
Yeah,
okay,
and unfortunately for white, the rook on a1, not quite in time. If it was on e1, we'd be having a completely different discussion. But here it should just be a draw.
No, it's such a huge difference in such positions, like whether you can involve the rook in a timely fashion. What a rich game, only 23 moves, and it's going to end in a draw. And that's just going to contribute to the illusion that nothing all that interesting happened in this game. But while most of it is going to remain behind the scenes, we were still treated to a really fascinating tactical display.
I found that really happens a lot. Like when you're unaware, when it's your own game, like there were so many interesting things. But let's say I look at a game Fabi played against Wesley, they drew. I thought, okay, that's just a boring draw. But in fact, there are tons of lines that were interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's one of the truly magical things about chess is that you can really just, you can just squeeze the marrow out of so many different things. Like even a game that just ostensibly just seems to have nothing going for it, you can usually find something of instructive value, something pretty in everything. And that's, part of that is a commentator's job, I think. And hopefully we've done a halfway decent job of bringing you the entertainment value of this game. They're going to repeat moves here. Anna taking a couple moments to make sure that knight takes c6 isn't worth it. It is not. And there we go. Queen g6. Yeah. King h8, and repeating it for the third time. We're going to see them stop the clocks and call the arbiters over, and the result is going to become official. Have you ever claimed a 3-time repetition wrongly, or has that ever been done against you?
I've definitely accidentally walked in threefold, like when I was better and had no intention of doing so. I've allowed my opponent to squirm a draw. Have I claimed it? I mean, have I claimed incorrectly? Wait, somebody did that to me on purpose, so he could he knew. I have a feeling he knew it was a wrong claim, but he wanted to think about the position. So
that is dirty.
He brought the arbiter over to think about it.
So I did that not so, and we can see the handshake there as the players agree to the 3-time repetition draw. I was playing a Hungarian GM, Victor Erdos, and I falsely claimed a 3-time repetition, and I was like, and then after that he offered me a draw back. He was like, well, I can't concentrate anymore, and I was like so apologetic. I was like, I promise it wasn't deliberate. He believed me and everything, but in this case there's no question because neither side can deviate from the repetition. And that concludes the games for the day. It was a short round, Jeffrey, but really full of action. We had good prep on the one hand and just an amazing tactical game on the other. What are your sort of instinct thoughts with both of these games now in the books?
I was so enamored by this game. There are just so many rich ideas. I almost want to sort of run back all of them, but there are too many. I think I need to. The first thing I might do is pull up my chess base, try and recall some of the lines we went through, and get my book get my book ready.
Sure. Yeah. No, it was really amazing from the very opening. This d takes c5 line was so interesting, and it just shows us again and again that the result of the game just doesn't always reflect the effort that the players put into it and the level of tactical richness that the game displayed. So a quick review, ladies and gentlemen, of the scores and the results today. Both games ended a draw. It's simple enough. And both Muzichuk sisters still facing down the barrel of a 1-point deficit. The score in both matches, 1.5 in favor of Humpy Canero against Anna Muzichuk and in favor of Lei Tingji against Maria Muzichuk. Both Lei and Humpy are going to have the white pieces, Jeffrey. We can expect them to do their best just to end the match right then and there. They don't want this to go to game 4.
Yeah, absolutely not. As both players, I understand they're given the task of playing black. They were defeated once before, but I feel like you should try it. You should just try to make a mess and really go for it.
Yeah, it's honestly an art in and of itself to be able to find that balance. Like, you're playing the black pieces, you don't want to play d4 h5, but you want to find that happy medium. So one of the fascinating things to observe in these two matches is going to be whether the Muzichuk sisters are able to do that and to create intrigue. But this game, I think, was a little bit more encouraging for both of them. They got on the board. They played solid, reasonable games. I'm especially impressed with Anna's stretch of rook takes c6 and knight h4. What a day it was. These two matches will continue. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow is a rest day. These players have earned their rest, but the day after tomorrow, we will see game 3. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I think the time has come for us to start wrapping up our coverage of game 2 of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament from Monte Carlo. Jeffrey, it is a great pleasure to commentate with you. I honestly had so much fun analyzing this game, and I hope you all in the chat did as well. I'll pass it back to you, Jeffrey, for your final thoughts before we sign off for the day.
Yeah, I enjoyed it so much. This was my first time doing commentary in classical chess. I thought it might be, a little bit slow, less action-packed, but I was gladly proven wrong. So super looking forward to hopefully do it again.
Well, I'm looking forward to watching your stream this coming weekend. Make sure to tune into twitch.tv/GMJX. Simple enough. I think you're gonna knock it out of the park. And I'd like to thank everybody in the chat on YouTube and on Twitch for choosing to watch this tournament. We hope you enjoyed our analysis. We invite you to join the main chess.com channel to watch the rest of the Fisher Random World Championship broadcast. And on that note, a big thank you to our producer, Bick, for another flawless broadcast, and our entire team at chess.com for the amazing work they do to put out these shows day in and day out. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, we wish you a great rest of your Wednesday. GM Daniel Nerditsky and Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang bidding you great rest of your day from the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament in Monte Carlo. See you soon. Bye.